What is up, my beautiful black brethren? It's like that we can play it around. Everybody, man, I'm in here tripping to myself. But anyway, yes, welcome to another Marcus Speaks podcast. Man, look, I'm so happy to be here tonight. Now, I don't wanna, you know. Oh, can you guys hear me? Can you not? Okay, you can. Cool. So, let me get through these promotions real fast and then we can talk. We can have some fun. So, everybody, if you could, remember, on Fridays I do a game stream show called Marcus Speaks Play, sorry. And right now I'm playing Pokemon Legends Arceus. And it's a good game. It's a good game. So join me with that on Fridays. I have a playlist of that if you want to catch up on anything. So you can do that as well. Also, Saturdays, like today, I do my podcast show, which is Marcus Speaks Live. All right, so make sure you remember that. Um, Also, I have two YouTube channels. My main channel, which my podcast comes on, as well as Marcus Speaks Play. I'm gonna try to get you guys that Marcus Speaks short that I did last week out. It was supposed to be out this week, but I haven't had time. Plus, I've been very tired all week, but I'm good today. As well as my secondary channel where I only exclusively do gameplay footage. So if you guys are interested in watching that, go ahead. Playlists are there, as well as the Marcus Speaks live playlist also is on the Marcus Speaks channel. Also stream to my Twitch when I do my gameplay footage. So if you're just visiting here on YouTube, but you like it better over there on Twitch, I have a Twitch channel at Marcus Speaks. Marcus Speaks Play. Sorry. I'm streaming live to YouTube using Restream.com. But I have OBS in the background. Other than that, I use Restream.com. I like it. It's good. I'm not being paid to say this. I love it for the simple fact that not only I think it's the best one out there. Some people like StreamYard, but I like Restream. If you have any sort of recommendation for me as far as my podcast goes, such as a story or a segment that I can do, let me know. As well as a game recommendation for Marcus Speaks Play. Let me know what you want me to play. I'll pick it up. I may already have it in a library somewhere that I can just search and re-download it. So you let me know what you want me to play, and you'll see me right here on this very screen of yours, playing that very game with me in the corner. So, you can also do, the way you can do that, you can hit me up in the live chat that's right here at the bottom, or you can hit me up if you're watching the replay. You can watch that, you can send me a comment in the comment section, or you can hit me up in my DMs, which are, if you want to follow me on social media, follow me at Instagram at marcus.speaks.podcast, as well as Marcus Speaks on Facebook. Also, I have a group page over there. Marcus Speaks Podcast on Facebook is my group page. Where you can find it, either type in the Facebook search Marcus Speaks Podcast, or in your address bar, www.facebook.com/Marcus Speaks PC. The M in Speaks is capitalized, the M in Marcus is capitalized, the S in Speaks is capitalized, and the PC is also capitalized. So, wait a minute, missed one. Also on Twitter, at Marcus Speaks 25, username Marcus Speaks Podcast. So, check those links out at the bottom, in the description box. Check those out. Subscribe to me, follow me, do whatever you have to do, as well as hold on. Like this video, share this video, subscribe if you're new, and hit that bell icon to all. Alright? As well, drop a comment in the comment section. Alright? I love to look over and see that you guys are engaging with me, or what have you. I couldn't show you all this any other time, but this is my screen. This is what I look at. So wait a minute. Yeah. It's my monitor that I use to monitor the show. So alright. Everybody. Are you guys ready for today's show? Because I am. Because for the simple fact that the news has been very slow lately. There's only a few big stories or whatever. Um, one of the stories being, if you guys have yet to see, uh, Godfrey and Ti. Uh, from what I understand now, the beef has been squashed. But from what was said like just a few weeks ago, if you guys don't watch the comedian Godfrey's podcast, Godfrey had some guests on. They was talking about comedy and stuff like that. The two comedians that were with him on his show was a widow of, I would say, probably one of the best comedians of this era of, or like I would say of all time. Like he's up there. He's one of the goats. Patrice O'Neill's fiance was on the show, Vaughn DeMarco, as well as a LGBT representative comedian. What's his name? What is his name? Let me check what his name is, because I forgot what his name was. Let me see. Let me check. It was if I'm not mistaken, what is the person's name? I don't think it was that far up. Hold up. Anyway, where's his uploads at? Okay, full episodes. It's not that far up. Or is it? No, it's not. Hold up. I believe it was around this area. So, the comedian's name is Akeem Woods, the LGBT comedian. It was Vaughn DeMarco and Akeem Woods that were on the show with him, and they were discussing Ti's, I guess, plight in comedy, I guess, and basically what Godfrey said was he came in, Ti came in after he had just finished one of his sets. Ti asked to come up, to go up. The host of the show, which his name is escaping me right now, but he was one of the three people, I believe, or four, that was in the Walmart truck accident with Tracy Morgan. I forgot the guy's name, but that really doesn't matter. So, Godfrey's host of his show that night came to him and said, "Hey, Ti wants to go up." And Godfrey was like, "Up where? Like, what does he want to do? What does he want to kick a rhyme or something?" And his host was like, "Nah, he wants to do a couple minutes in stand up." So Godfrey said to, just, it's a common question. Comedy? He wants to go up and do comedy? So, he Godfrey said, "Okay, let him go up. Let me, go ahead and get the people back in their seats so Ti can go up." So Ti goes up. He does some stand up. Godfrey and Ti meet. Godfrey comes back to New York, tells the story to his guest on his podcast. They asked the same question that he asked: "What the hell is he doing on the stage doing comedy for?" So he explained to him Ti is dipping his foot in comedy right now. So Ti is a comedian now, but respectfully, in my own opinion, Ti sucks as a comedian. But he just started, which you do suck when you are just now starting. So, which isn't a diss to Ti. So if Ti ever sees this and he wants to talk to me about it, it's like, look, dog, you suck. You suck. I watched all of your sets. You suck. But I respectfully say that because you're just now starting. It's room for growth. You're able you're able to grow from your suckiness. And hopefully you do. What I would critique you on, because I'm an advent uh comedy watcher, just like you were before you started. Pick up your pace when you're talking. Do not sit there and drag on your words when you sitting there talking like this and whatever. Speed that shit up. Speed it up. For the simple fact that you're by you dragging your words, it's I was tuning out. I was doing other shit. Like, you don't want people at the shows that you go to to do that as well. And I was watching you on a TV screen. So pick up your pace. And what I would also say is use the stage more. If you have a big enough stage, use that motherfucker. If it's like a small club and the stage isn't that big, still utilize the stage. What you have yet to know yet, I saw in one set that you sat down. You don't know. You have to put in work in order to sit down. You stand up in order for you to sit down. Just something that's been talked about for years amongst comics. Who, when the new jacks come in and they're looking at these new jacks doing things that they have yet to earn. You haven't earned yourself to sit down while you're on stage. So, first thing you should do when you step on stage, the only thing that should be around you when you get on stage, move the stool, move a chair if a chair is on stage, move that to the back of the stage. The only thing you should be thinking about is that mic stand and how you're going to utilize the stage. When you get about 10 years in, when you start to earn your voice, then that's when you're able to sit down. Now, another critique about T.I.'s comedy. Uh, we basically saw some of your life on TV, so you should start to write jokes about certain popular episodes that we seen. Uh, you should write a joke about you fighting Floyd Mayweather. Like, come on, you have all of this material, and from what I understand, you telling stories. Why not tell stories that people already know about? But turn it on its head. Make it make it what it's not, but make it funny. All right? Like, other than that, I feel like if you speed your delivery up just a little bit, not to where you're talking fast, but to where it's a comfortable it's a comfortable tempo that you won't tire yourself out with, I would say. So work on that. Work on you already have stage presence, but this is a different realm. So now you have to use that stage presence for other things now. Like you're not repeating a record. You're actually thinking about your material and how you're going to structure it now. So I know you probably do this on tour when you're rapping. So what I feel like Ti should do is like how he structures what songs he's gonna sing on tour. He should think about, okay, I should put this joke here, start out with that joke, and do these jokes, and then I want to give him a big ass joke in between, and then I want to put some things in after that that's funny as hell, and then I'm gonna do it with my big ender or whatever. And then you'll have a good set. Which I understand you got like what 15, 20 to 30 minutes of material already. Dude, you should utilize from what people are watching online. And let's say you have somebody that's recording it too. Take what you're looking at and take certain tags and stuff from it, or if somebody's or make the joke better. If somebody's giving you tags like, yo, I wouldn't say that part, but if you slide this in, that'll make the joke better. Take people's, like, because I understand people's been hating on T.I. and stuff like that, but personally I feel like T.I.'s if T.I.'s serious about this, he'll start to make the necessary changes that he has to. Especially if it's seasoned comics telling him this. And I'm not even a comic. I just love comedy so much. I just know shit. Like, I was so cocky when I was watching his sets. I was like, I could write him better jokes. And I've written jokes before. Not for people, but for myself. Because I wanted to be a comedian at a certain time. Which I just found, it was like, I have wrote like 20 jokes. Out of those 20 jokes, maybe 7 of them were good. To where I actually like laughed at them. I was okay, this is good. All the ones that I didn't laugh at, I throw them in the trash. So, uh, I still have those jokes. I always wanted to do stand up, which I was being like stupid one night and thinking to myself, I should record myself with my green screen, make the green screen as if it's like a nightclub, like a comedy club. Do those like 7 jokes, however long it takes me to do them, record them, and then post it on my social media and here on YouTube, just to see how people feel about them. And I'm almost, I'm not there yet. I'm not 100%. I'm probably at like 15% on me wanting to do that. But I'm so scared to do those jokes that, especially in this time, because I wrote those jokes probably, what, this year's 2020? So I wrote those back in 2016. And they're still funny. So, I don't know, man. I feel like T.I., in the Godfrey beef, I think it was misconstrued from what Godfrey was saying, for the simple fact that Godfrey basically said, "Look, I don't need to watch a new guy. I'm better than this person." Because Godfrey's been doing this practically for 25 years. He's been doing it for 25 years. So, a person who has skin in the game can say to someone who's just starting, I'm better than you at this than what you are. But people are getting all in a hissy fit. Like, Godfrey didn't diss T.I. And it's like, nah, Godfrey didn't diss T.I. Godfrey was telling the truth. And his fans cannot handle this shit. Or, people who's just speculating and shit like that, and spectating, whatever, or just want to throw salt on the shit. Like, they really don't understand. The comedy game is probably the toughest thing to do, and it's also the most ostracized. For the simple fact that now people are so damn soft and they're thinking comedians can't even really do real jokes anymore. Like it's disgusting. I believe if, and I just brought that comedian's name up, Patrice O'Neal. I believe if Patrice O'Neal hadn't died and he still was here doing comedy, I'm pretty sure he would want to die now. For the simple fact that if you look at all of his old comedy stand up, it wouldn't fly today. But I feel like Patrice would also still find a way to do his comedy on television or on Netflix or what have you. He would find a way to do his stand up and to shine a light on these ridiculous people of how like they're thinking. Like if you look at his last stand up special, Elephant in the Room, when you talk about a masterclass of comedy, it is a masterclass of comedy. Like no bull. Like it's a masterclass. Like if you're thinking about doing comedy, you should look at that stand up and be like, "Oh, that's how you do it." Okay, cool. And I'll throw some more out. Ali Sadiq's, all of Ali Sadiq's uh, records, his albums, his comedy albums. Study those motherfuckers, as well as Paul Mooney's albums, but also his stand-up specials. His albums, Race, um, that was the first one. Masterpiece was his second album, and then his specials are I forgot. I forgot. But if I remember, I'll bring them up. But just search Paul Mooney online. Just search Paul Mooney. All right, Paul Mooney wrote for Richard Pryor, so you already know that he's good. So my take on this whole Godfrey and Ti thing is people get their panties in a bunch for foolishness that they do not understand. And I'm talking Godfrey, a person who's writing on a daytime talk show. He's wrote for other comics. He writes for himself. He works his stuff out all across New York, which I believe like certain people who do comedy. If you want to be a comedian, go to New York. If you want to be a funny actor, but you still want to put your foot in comedy, go to LA. Go to LA. Because to me, LA really isn't like a good place to be if you want to be a comic. That's a place that you want to be if you want to get into acting and get on shows and shit like that. Like I wouldn't really like New York is the best place for you. So, yeah, basically my verdict on this whole thing is a bunch of foolishness. People got things misconstrued, such as T.I. and other people. Uh, I'd say just work on your stand-up more. Like, you've been doing this for practically a month now, I believe, month and a half, or whatever. It's not going to come to you all at once, but work on the things that you know you can work on to get better. And everybody, that's my take on that. Um, everybody, when I do this show, right? I know I have certain points I make that might lead to a video. All right. When I do play these videos, I personally can't just play them. There has to be something behind it while for the reason why I'm playing them. And that one reason is fair use. All right. So I say fair use, fair use, fair use for any video that I'll play tonight. But instead of me telling you what fair use is, I'll let my past self tell you what fair use is. You guys cannot hear any of that. All right. That's what I forgot to do once I hopped on here. All right, one more again. Hello, everyone. I'm going to tell you about fair use. It's the law. Warning: federal law allows citizens to reproduce, distribute, or exhibit portions of copyright motion pictures, videotapes, or video discs under certain circumstances without authorization of the copyright holder. This is called fair use and is allowed for purposes of criticism, news reporting, teaching, and parody, which doesn't infringe of copyright under 17 USC 107. All right. So, everybody, before I, get into my main topic of the night, I usually have some breaking or top news that I like to talk about. So, let's get into some top news of the week. Now, if you guys have yet to hear this, you've heard it here first, but if you haven't, like I said, if you haven't heard this anywhere else, you heard it here first. A teacher who admitted to feeding students cupcakes containing her husband, who is a cop's semen. Yes, semen. I'll let I'll let the news lady tell you better than what I can tell you. Let's go. Now, this is disgusting. This is very disgusting. And t- like, what goes through people's minds? Like, I need to know this. Like, what goes through people's minds? Um, so we all know that she can't produce semen. So it was her husband's semen. And she purposely put semen in her cupcakes? This is nasty. Now, people that you seeing here on the screen right now is the Perkins. All right, so let's get into it. Louisiana teacher Cynthia Perkins admitted to feeding her students cupcakes that contained her then police officer husband's semen. As WFLA reports, Perkins and her ex-husband, former Louisiana Sheriff's Lieutenant Dennis Perkins, were arrested back in 2019 on charges of creating child pornography. I can't say the real word on here, but y'all know what I'm talking about. Switch the R and the O in its rightful places, and that's what you'll get. Video voyeurism, basically videotaping themselves, and conspiracy of mingling harmful substances and first degree R word amongst other charges. Now, this week, She admitted to assisting her husband in sexual assaulting a minor. Wow. Filming a minor bathing. I don't know how the hell they was able to do that. Maybe she has nieces or he has nieces or nephews or so. And lacing cupcakes she gave to her school children at Westside Junior High School with his semen. Disgusting. This is nasty. Um. So yeah, those are the people there. And let me take this off the screen. All right. um. Shortly after her arrest in 2019, she filed for divorce and alleged she was manipulated by her ex-husband into committing or assisting his sex crimes. No, I wouldn't know. If you know you're not up to doing something, if he threatened you, and yes, he is the police, why didn't you just go to a separate state, like sheriff's department? Like, I don't know how far Protect the Blue goes, but if people are willing to protect the blue in a state that they don't even live in, then that's weird. Now, today, Cynthia Perkins admitted to her crimes and pled guilty in court, said Louisiana Attorney General Jeff Landry. She not only waived any right to appeal and attempted to avoid conviction, but she also spared the victims from reliving her her, her horrific crimes during this particular trial. Per her plea deal, 68 of the charges brought against her will be dismissed, and she will testify against her ex-husband at his trial. Now, how many charges does she have? If all 68 are being dropped and she gets let free, then they just let a criminal go. For the simple fact that the crime was him ejaculating into the cupcake batter. She then becomes an assailant as well by serving the cupcakes to the children. Now, if he only gets sentenced to a crime, but she doesn't, then we know what type of justice system we're working with. We already know what type of justice system we're working with, but then we'll really know what type of justice system that we're working with. Because it's one thing to kill people, but it's another thing to then allow children to be harmed in any way. Like, this is weird. Now, Perkins was sentenced to 41 years in prison and has no possibility of parole on Friday. Well, that's a good thing. I jumped ahead a little bit. Now, police were first made aware of the couple's crimes after they received a tip from the National Center of Missing and Exploited Children. When investigators followed through on the tip, on the tip, sorry, on the tip, they discovered nude photos of them with an underage individual. Dennis Perkins is set to face trial this May and is facing 150 criminal charges in connection with his child sex crimes, which is disgusting. They need to whoop his behind. Which I told y'all too. My brother is a corrections officer, and he says that inmates don't tolerate rapists, child molesters, and I believe people who abuse children as well. So, this dude is as good as dead or as good as being somebody's wife in there. Unless he gets with the Aryan Nation in there. Other than that, I don't see him really. I don't really see him living a good life in jail. Now, Perkins filed for divorce from her husband following their arrest and alleged that Dennis had manipulated her into committing the crimes, which is bullshit. The couple were busted after authorities received a tip at the National Center of Missing and Exploited Children. Investigators later found new photos of them with the with the minor. A lawsuit filed against Dennis Perkins and the Livingston Parish School System claims that Cynthia filmed her husband supplying semen for the cupcakes that were wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Can we not say supplied? It's not like he has a factory of semen being made. I understand reproduction. Everybody don't correct me. It's not like he has like a distribution company where he's like, oh yeah, we about to bring that semen in tomorrow. Like, nah, like come on now. Let's not say supply. Let's say he ejaculated purposely into some cupcake batter. Now, where was I at? The cupcakes that were later fed to children at Westside Junior High School. Court 15 in the original, or sorry, count 15 in the original indictment against the couple alleges the semen was mixed into both the desserts and energy drinks, before it was served to his victims. Okay, I don't mean to be rude or make light of this like that. But nobody drank the energy drink and was like, it's a little nutty, isn't it? Don't you believe it's a little nutty, y'all? I never had an energy drink that was a little nutty. I'm sorry. Now, these three charges we thought were representative of what she had done, and by agreeing to the facts as we put them out on the record, she prepared herself to testify against Dennis Perkins, Assistant Louisiana Attorney General Barry Milligan told WTRF. The AG's, which means uh, Attorney General, sorry. The Attorney General's office said it had spoken with the victims seeking approval for the plea deal before negotiating. What you should have did was talk them against the people. That's what you should have did. Just so they could be like, yeah, put their asses in jail for the rest of their lives. They feel that this serves justice and better protects their children. As Assistant Louisiana Attorney General Erica McLeland, Cynthia resigned from Westside Junior High School the day after her arrest, while Dennis was fired from his deputy role at the Livingston Parish Sheriff's Department. Now, hold up. I need to know how long she's been married to this dude, because not only do police get a thorough background check, but teachers don't get a thorough background check for the simple fact that they're going to be around children all the time. And don't parents need to know that all of the teachers that are in this school and principals and what have you, custodial staff and the lunch, and the breakfast and lunch staff, shouldn't we know if these people have been convicted of any sort of sex crime against minors or sex crimes at all? Shouldn't we know that information? That everyone's free and clear? I believe, I already know that they wouldn't have the job if they had any of that type of stuff on their record. But some people, uh, some people get through the system in some cases. So, you know, uh, Perkins attorney Paul Woody Scott. Now this is fucked up. How you get an attorney with the name Woody now? Come on now. Like, they gotta stop somewhere. Can they please stop somewhere? Okay. Woody Scott said his client looks forward to testify against her husband, whose trial is expected to begin in May. He is the real monster. They're both are monsters. That's what she wants to make clear. It's not about shifting blame. She took responsibility today. I mean, that's what she did. But she looks forward after the real monster. Hold on, she looks forward going after the real monster. How about both of you guys are the real monsters? All right, you guys are Nickelodeon. Real monsters. All right. Now, the former couple had also been hit with 4 lawsuits accusing them of feeding baked goods containing Dennis's semen to Cynthia's class at Westside Junior High School on 2 separate occasions in 2018 and in 2019. Wow. Wow. Not once, but twice this has happened. Wow. But she wants to shift blame to her husband? But she's the asshole that actually served the cupcakes to to her classmates. Now, I'm pretty sure she could have went on her lunch break, went to the store, and bought some more cupcakes at like a grocery store. They make them damn near every day. So why is it that she said, you know what, these cupcakes are good enough. Let me just give them these cupcakes here. What the hell is wrong with this woman? What the hell is wrong with this woman? Like this shit is wild, yo. What is wrong with her? Now, one of the complaints alleged that the father of a student who ate the contaminated cupcakes has fallen into a debilitating depression over the incident and has not yet been able to find gainful employment. Wow. The father ate one of these? The father of the student who ate the contaminated cupcakes has fallen into a debilitating depression. This is wild, yo. Another lawsuit claimed that a student and a parent have been afflicted by mental health and behavioral problems and have not been able to sleep since the cupcake incident. In a suit filed last May, a student's parent alleged that Cynthia showed the girl inappropriate images and that she also photographed and videotaped the minor. All 4 lawsuits, which were filed separately, also accused the Livingston Parish School Department of negligence. It remains unclear at this time if the lawsuits will be taken any further. Now, man, this is wild, yo, for real. Like, how this woman go on shift blame one by saying I'm not the only monster here. It's my husband, and I believe he should be locked up forever. And all this, nah, fuck all that. You did the crime as well. You got to do the time too. Fuck all that. You doing too much right now, and it shows. It shows that you're doing too much by going in front of not only a judge and jury to then be like, he did all this and he did that and he blah blah blah. No, you got something you have something to take away from this as well. Although you're getting 41 years in jail, I'm not sure how old you are. Uh, let's look at the picture again. You look at least about in your mid 30s, mid to late 30s. So getting 40 years, 41 years. Let's say you was 36. You're getting out by the time you're sick. You're 70, what, 77? I don't know how women jails get down, but I hope they do something to her as well. I hope they do something drastic to her, because this is wild. Anyway, let's move on. So, does any does anybody know anything about cryptocurrency? Because your boy here wants to shift somehow. He wants to shift the U.S. dollar somehow into cryptocurrency. So reports revealed Joe Biden surprised Bitcoin a matter of national security. So basically he sees crypto as a system that is going to basically drop the value of the dollar, which the dollar is already low. With inflation and all the money that was given out in the last 2 years, um, the dollar ain't really worth a goddamn right now. So they're looking at alternative means. I will recommend a video to you guys, and when I say recommended, the one that I'm about to show tonight isn't the one that I want you guys to actually go to and watch. The one I'm gonna give you, so let me find it real fast. Let me find it and then I'll bring it up on the screen. Um, where's the ones where he's just talking? Okay, what I want you guys to look up, and let me see if I can zoom in on this. I want y'all to go over to Hotep Jesus channel. So the two I want you guys to look up is this one. Hold on, let me bring it over to the side here. This one that's right next to me. That's on this side here. Look at this one. Alright, look at that video. Bitcoin Freedom. And I want you guys to look up where is it at? Can I bring it over there? Yes. This one right here. The NWO coin. Look at that one first, and then look at the second one. Oh, the first one that I recommended to you, which is this one, the Bitcoin Freedom one. Look at those two videos because he goes over everything of what I'm about to go through tonight. He goes through the whole thing. All right. One of the videos, he has one of his friends basically describe what I'm about to tell you guys tonight, but he gives it to you in like the full entirety. Damn, you guys can't even see what the hell I'm showing you. Sorry. Now, where was I at? So, hold on. Before I do that, let me give you the first video first I want you to watch. So this video that's about to be right next to me, look at this one first. That's where he goes over the NWO coin, the Hamilton that is going to be implemented. Look at this one first, and then I want you guys to look at this one next. Look at Bitcoin Freedom. Look at that one, because that's the one what I was talking about, where he has a guest on the show that goes over the whole thing I'm about to tell you guys tonight. But he has more information on it because he's in Bitcoin. So look at that. Look at those two videos, and then you'll get what I'm talking about tonight. All right. So, get at this here now. The Biden administration is rushing to get a handle on the fast-growing cryptocurrency market after extreme validity has hit the price of Bitcoin. Volatility has hit the price of Bitcoin. Ethereum and collectible non-fungible tokens known as NFTs. Bitcoin, Ethereum, and NFT prices. I'm sorry, my Siri just said something. All right, so Bitcoin, Ethereum, and NFT prices have swung widely over the last year. But before I get to that, NFTs ain't shit. NFTs ain't shit. If you guys are thinking about buying NFTs, think twice. Because this is basically all an NFT is. Let's say Snoop Dogg is making an album, but he wants to make it an NFT, right? So he'll sell the NFT, the album, for however much he wants to sell it for. The person who buys it now owns that album, which I believe they get like something in the mail or whatever of proof of ownership and all this other bullshit, which they buy it with their Bitcoin, which gives Snoop Dogg more Bitcoin or Ethereum or cryptocurrency of some sort, and then you own that album now. But NFT, but you don't get anything from the NFT. Now, could you resell the NFT? I'm not sure. I'm not that far into cryptocurrency. I still have to learn more because, like I said a few weeks back, I really don't trust the cryptocurrency. All because of what I'm about to bring up tonight, and I'm gonna dive more into it. So, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and NFT prices have swung wildly over the last year, with the Bitcoin prices soaring to almost $70,000 per Bitcoin late last year before crashing back to around 37,000. Ethereum, the second largest cryptocurrency after Bitcoin, has seen similar swings, while the NFT market grew from barely anything to a staggering 41 billion in 2021. Now, the Biden administration is gearing up to issue an executive order that will call on federal agencies to regulate digital assets such as Bitcoin, Ethereum, and NFTs as a matter of national security. Now, national security, it's been reported. Now, this is what I want to tell you guys. From what I've learned from those two videos, I believe if you put your cryptocurrency in a paper wallet, that's how they can crack down on you. That's how, when Trudeau had his emergency his emergency act or whatever that was enacted last week, that was enacted last week, if not this week, he was able to freeze bank accounts your cryptocurrencies and stuff like that. If you was a resident of Canada and you donated to the convoy, that's how he was able to freeze assets. If you don't put your Bitcoin in a paper wallet or in an encrypted wallet, well, if you put it in an encrypted wallet, I believe they can't do anything to it. But if you put it into a paper wallet, they have now access of freezing your assets, which is your Bitcoin. And also, what I've learned from Hotep Jesus is don't write down your keys. That's another way how they can get into your Bitcoin. Don't write it down. The only place you should have that information at is right here. Do not write that shit down. All right. I guess it's two phrases you need to get into to see your Bitcoin or your cryptocurrency or what have you. Don't write that shit down. Leave it in your head. Let it stay there. That you should know your own phone number, your passwords to the sites you visit in your cryptocurrency. That's another one that you should, you know, not only just your own phone number as well. You should know other phone numbers just in case some shit happens. But you, learn numbers, learn phone numbers, learn your passwords, know your cryptocurrency phrases, and keep them all up here. All right, create make your brain a computer and make files of shit. All right, now uh, this is designed to look holistically. Or is that holistically at digital assets and develop a set of policies to give is that currency? I haven't seen currencies spelled that way. Coherency to what the government is trying to do in this space. Uh, I think I said this last year that the government was trying to get into cryptocurrency. Now, let me keep going. A person familiar with the White House's plan told Barron's indicating the White House, National Security Council, the State Department, Treasury Department, and National Economic Council and Council of Economic Advisors would all be involved. Because digital assets don't stay in one country, it's necessary to work with other countries and other countries on synchronization, the person added. The Bitcoin and crypto market has ballooned from 200,000 billion to, hold on, 200 billion, I said 200,000 billion, 200 billion in January 2020 to over 1.5 trillion today as people around the world buy into cryptocurrency as potentially the future finance. I don't believe so, but let's keep going. Meanwhile, NFTs, digital certificates, largely built on the Ethereum blockchain, have been adopted by the worlds of art and sport as a lucrative new revenue stream. Other words, they're trying to find ways to tax this shit. Tech, technology giant interest technology giant interest from the likes of Facebook's Meta and iPhone maker Apple in developing virtual reality worlds that have become known as metaverses has also led to speculation blockchain based scarce digital assets such as Bitcoin, Ethereum, and NFTs could form a foundation of such worlds. Where am I at? The pace and scale of Bitcoin, Ethereum, and NFT adoption has taken some by surprise, with some warning they could now pose a risk to the global financial system as nation states begin to experiment with digital assets, i.e., they want in basically. They try and be the mob, and they want their cut. Isn't that what the mob did back in the day? They basically told every everybody who had like a business or something, if you want protection on this block, we need so and so percent every month, or something bad's gonna happen to your business. That's basically how this is. They're trying to be the mob on this. Now, El Salvador became the world's first country to adopt Bitcoin as legal tender in September and began buying up Bitcoins. The executive order, which could be signed by Biden as soon as next month, would put the White House at the center of Washington's effort to deal with cryptocurrencies. It was reported by Bloomberg, citing anonymous sources familiar with the matter. Other countries are also coming to rein in the Bitcoin and crypto market, with such considering following China and issuing a blanket crypto ban. Uh, the U.S. is now home to more so-called Bitcoin miners, those that create new Bitcoins using huge amounts of energy than any other country since China's ban last year. Now, if you guys ever seen people with these rigs, basically all it is it's a computer. Uh, you load up the software somehow, and that's all that computer is dedicated to. That computer does nothing other than mine Bitcoin. So some people like put their rig down in their basement and they just turn it on and they just let it go. Like it just keeps mining, like it mines 24/7. That's how more Bitcoins get discovered, and that's how more Bitcoins get created, and thus for other people buying the Bitcoin and so on and so forth. Now, uh we need to regulate, not ban, senior Russian officials said this week after the country's central bank recommended an outright Bitcoin and crypto ban. President Vladimir Putin, which is, they got some shit going on, and I'll get into that later, has signaled his support of uh, proposals that would promote taxes and regulate crypto mining in the country. In the UK, a former health minister has warned Britain will be left in the dust with its tepid attitude. Is that how you say that? TEPID? Tepid attitude to cryptocurrencies. While while a former finance minister who's now a senior advisor to London-based International Crypto Exchange has said it's frankly quite shocking that the UK has fallen behind other finance hubs in setting clear regulations on the bargaining crypto industry. Two rival world powers, the U.S. and Russia, are both now seemingly scrambling to beat each other uh, in the move toward accepting regulating Bitcoin and cryptocurrency at a federal level. Nigel Green, the chief executive of financial advisory group DeVere, wrote in uh, wrote in wrote an emailed comments. Uh, will whilst they remain fundamentally politically and ideologically opposed, both Washington and Moscow appear to be coming to the same conscience 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 consensus. Jesus, that in digital age, traditional fiat currencies are now borrowed borrowed time and has been for a while. Earlier this month, Wall Street giant Fidelity, which is same 401k place that my job uses. What are they about to say about this? What's Fidelity doing? Now, Wall Street giant Fidelity advised countries to follow El Salvador in buying Bitcoin, predicting those that buy Bitcoin while the price is low will be better off uh, um, competitively than their peers. Now I wonder, will Fidelity then buy in on Bitcoin and then offer jobs the option to have their employees buy in on Bitcoin? So will our 401k shift to where like a little bit, like a quarter of it or half of it buys Bitcoin? So when we retire, we have some sort of cushion if there is some sort of thing happening with this Bitcoin thing. Will will that place do that? Now, let me show you guys a picture before I go on. This is uh this is between February 2021 until January 2022. This is how Bitcoin, because I don't know if you guys remember, but last year around June, this is where, well, around March, not March, from May to June and a little bit of July and August, this is where Bitcoin was last year. Then it started gaining. I heard last year, yeah, it's going back up, it's going back up. Then it dipped a little bit in October. Then it went back up around Christmas time and all that. Then it went down, and I believe it's going back up a little bit more now. Uh, but yeah, the market cap is at 718.9 billion. The volume is at 17.2 billion. The circulating supply is at 18.9 million, which is Bitcoin, and typically a hold time is 90 days. So yeah, this is what's going on. All right. Despite currently having the world's reserve currency, it seems the U.S. knows the future in inevitability digital. Green added. This would explain why Biden is rushing a directive that would place the White House in a central role, overseeing plans to set policies and regulate digital assets. Late last year, Hillary Clinton, the former U.S. presidential hopeful and Secretary of State under President Barack Obama, warned the rise of Bitcoin and and conspiracies could undermine the the U.S. dollar's reserve currency status. That's one thing I didn't do. This is one thing I didn't do. I didn't play you guys the first video, so we're gonna have back-to-back videos, all right? But you'll hear me talking in between, so it really doesn't matter. So here is video number uno. Matter of fact, I'm in the right place. All right, he's basically talking about Project Hamilton. Project Hamilton. I'll get into it. Just listen to him. I'm sorry, you guys can't hear a damn thing. Hold on. I do last time. Let's see if this works.
But it is potentially the biggest change to money since, I don't know, currency consolidation after the Civil War. So we're watching it very carefully.
Yeah.
All right, and by the way, this does not.
All right, I gotta play this over.
All right, what's up, guys? So you guys remember over the past couple of years hearing about this coin shortage thing? Yeah, coin shortage here, coin shortage there. The U.S. is currently experiencing a coin shortage. Yeah, guys, there was never a coin shortage. This was always about going cashless, moving into a.
So, from what I just gathered, y'all didn't hear the first video as well. So, basically, what that first video was, it was a 42-minute video of the woman talking about the whole, thing with the cupcakes and stuff and whatever. But anyway, let's keep going.
Digital dollar or Fed coin or whatever you want to call it. And so it's now official. The Fed has created central bank digital currency, otherwise known as CBDC, and it supposedly so far can already handle 1.7 million transactions per second. So we're going to read this article that's up on bostonvegas.com right now, exclusive news articles that you won't find anywhere else. And you guys can check out that new news section there. Also got a shop. If you want to support the channel, you can check that out as well. But let's jump into the article. As the race against China's development of its central bank digital currency, known as digital yuan, continues, the U.S. Federal Reserve accomplished a feat in testing a design for a U.S. digital dollar that, in one of two tests, managed to handle 1.7 million transactions per second. A report released last Thursday provided the initial findings of research conducted as a collaboration between the Boston Fed and the MIT. Dubbed Project Hamilton, the report describes a theoretical high-performance and resilient transaction processor for a CBDC that was developed using open-source research software called OpenCBDC. Well, let's see what CNBC has to say about this.
Yeah, thanks, Kelly. The long-awaited paper on the central bank digital currency being issued at this time by the Federal Reserve, in which they say that a CBDC could offer a range of benefits and risks. Don't come to any particular conclusion about it, but they say it could offer the general public a risk-free digital money that is free from credit risk, free from liquidity risk, would not replace existing digital money, but would be an addition to it. The Fed will not proceed, as Chair Powell has said, with a CBDC without support of Congress and the executive branch, ideally with an authorizing law. Let me go through quickly what the paper sees as the benefits. It would provide an electronic form of central bank money to the general public, households, and businesses, faster and cheaper payments, and expanded consumer access to the financial system. Many, of course, are underbanked in this country. The risk, well, it could affect the financial market structure, cost and availability of credit, because it could disintermediate the banks if they did it the wrong way, and also how monetary policy works. Now, three things the paper is calling for: privacy protected, intermediated, as if you don't do business right with the central bank, you may do it with digital wallets, and identity verified, so you can protect against criminal activity, among other things. Paper's meant to begin a debate, get public comment. They'll continue to explore a wide range of design options for CBDC. Kelly, this is moving very slowly, but it is potentially the biggest change to money since, I don't know, currency consolidation after the Civil War. So we're watching it very carefully.
Yeah.
All right, and by the way, this does not spell the end, as you heard him say there. This is not going to cancel out existing digital currencies, aka Bitcoin and crypto. So anyone that thinks that this is going to be a Bitcoin killer, you're severely mistaken. And with the good news about this too, it looks like they're not going to shove it down through an executive order or anything like that. It looks like they're actually going to pass a real legitimate law through Congress, although Congress is one-sided at this point.
Yeah, basically, they want their cut. That's all that this is. They just want their cut. There's so many people out here with Bitcoin, and I believe certain businesses has accepted Bitcoin as payment. I know Elon Musk is one. If you buy any of his Tesla cars, you can use Bitcoin as payment to get one of your, one of the Tesla cars. I forgot who else has accepted it as well as payment, but we just got to look at something here. What does this spell for? What does this spell for the rest of us who don't have it? Like, if, let's say, in 20 years, the fiat currency of ours, the dollar, like, goes all the way down to where Bitcoin is the only thing that we're able to use. If you guys haven't heard me say this before, I don't trust these blockchains, man. And this is my whole thing. And I kind of argued at the TV when I was watching Hotep Jesus. Uh, if you're a conspiracy theorist, I am to a certain degree. The one thing that is always talked about is one world government, one world currency. We're looking directly at it, at Bitcoin and Ethereum, or the blockchains, which I believe is like several out there. But this is the thing. Like, this is what's happening. Now, I understand some people is like, get your Bitcoin before you're left in the dark. My whole thing is, I'd rather be left in the dark. That's just my whole thing. I'd rather be left in the dark for the simple fact that this Bitcoin thing could be the one world currency. And then you have El Salvador completely adopting it as a country, and then, which I believe was the testing site, and then all these other countries now is like, well, maybe we should come up with our own coin, so we can then tax it or whatever. Or if you own Bitcoin here, then the Bitcoin that you have or whatever will be called this. Or if you're over there, it's called that. Or like, I don't trust it. I don't trust it at all. I really don't. And that's just me talking. If you have Bitcoin, then by all means, educate me in Bitcoin. Like, I need to know if Bitcoin can be a good thing or a bad thing. I need to know this. All right. So if you have any information on Bitcoin, hit me up on in my DMs. Preferably, I would say my Facebook direct message, because that's the only one that I can see like come up like right away. My Instagram one, I never check it. Well, I won't say I never check it, but when I see that there's a dot there, I'll check to see who's talking to me. But most likely hit me up through Facebook, and then I'll get you on here, not on the show, but I'll just send you a link from Restream, and then you can talk to me. And if you have anything to share as far as your screen or anything that you want to show me something, then I'll do that as well, so you can then further explain to me like this whole Bitcoin thing. But personally, I do not trust this shit. So let's keep going.
But that is, it does seem to be going in the direction that we want it, where the United States is not pushing back essentially against crypto or Bitcoin. They are allowing it, and I think everything is working out beautifully, in my opinion. So I do not think that the Fed coin, U.S. digital dollar, USDD, USDC, whatever you want to call it, or however they're going to label it. I think that, well, the reason why they're doing this, first of all, is so that they could track every single penny that you make. They're going to know how you spend. So that is essentially so they could continue to sell the data to the big tech companies who are going to continue to push advertisements based on your preferences. So this just goes hand in hand with the great, you know what, starts with a RESET word. Yeah. And that's what's going on. So if you guys found any value in today's video, smash that like button, leave a comment down below. That helps a lot with the YouTube algorithm. It's even better than hitting the like button. And if you're not subscribed yet, smash that subscribe button so you can see more content like this coming up in the future. And I'll see you guys in the next video. And by the way, if you want to support the channel,
all right, enough of him doing that. So What I want to do, I want to take like a 2-minute break, or just real fast, and then we'll come right back. All right. Now I know I took more than 2 minutes, but I had to get my laundry up. But anyway, let's get into this. Project Hamilton is a high-performance payment processing system designed for central bank digital currency, the CBDC. Before we get excited, the authors of the highly anticipated technical paper confirmed that it is a toy, a proof of certain concepts, not a complete system. However, it is a toy for grown-ups. The paper and the accompanying code demonstration, the technical feasibility of the system that solves payments on a scale that of the United States and of the U.S. dollar, a widely used global currency. The system can handle more than 100,000 payments per second, where each transaction has to complete. Hold on. Has to complete in less than 5 seconds. 100,000 per second was a number that the Hamilton team revived at by looking at the observed payment rates of credit cards and other payment systems, including a provision for future expansion. Sorry, the damn my chocolate. Sorry, that damn chocolate was. All right, so where's that? Okay, The other challenge for Hamilton is to be most cash-like without the physicality of cash. This means the freedom for users to pay others using CBDC without relying on intermediaries like banks or credit card companies with the privacy of cash. Now, you guys don't if you guys don't get why I won't even say fearful. I am more likely looking at this in a sense of if this happens, then we're all fuck it, we're fucked. Because if you guys already know, we have a thing called the central bank. I believe it's in Boston, I believe. The Federal Reserve, basically. That's the place that it's not even federal. Like it's not even a federal place. It's I'm gonna take this term. It's as federal as Federal Express. Basically, that's where we get all our money from. When we borrow and stuff like that, that's where we get all the money from. And this ain't looking good for real, yo. Like let's keep going. For system resiliency and wide usability, the payment transaction has to be stored in multiple computers in an all or nothing fashion. A property called Atom Atom Atom. I don't know how to say this this word. Anyway, that is the proof of the payment has to be updated in all the locations or not in any location. Another challenge is to be build a flexible system that can implement policies that are yet to be decided. I wonder why. Now, privacy is taken to be one of the most important properties of such a system In order to achieve this, Hamilton's layered architecture has a highly modified payment transaction model, which is based on the unspent transaction output, the UTXO. Outlined in the Bitcoin paper, this privacy focused transaction model is called the unspent funds hash set, the UHS. The UTXO model is difficult to grasp because accounts are what we are used to. Only the UHS is stored in the core system. Additionally, the system has to be resistant to malicious attackers and to bugs. Now, y'all remember when the Colonial Pipeline got hacked? What stops them people from hacking into that computer, which will store our own personal Bitcoin number? I don't know, account number. I don't know what the hell they do. I don't know what they do over there. I still need some information. Some of these are handled, other are deferred to phase 2. The system was tested in 2 different architectures, one of which orders the payments and another that does not. The first is a fast blockchain called the atomizer model. The second is a two-phase committed model without rollbacks called 2PC. The two-phrase commit is a familiar model in distributing databases. The Hamilton team has made the computer code of the entire system available in open source through GitHub. Being a coder, I forked the source and have been trying to group the code in an integrated development environment on my laptop, where I am writing this article. It is written in C, which you guys don't know. That's a coding. It's a coding software, a language that I can also read like my mother tongue, but a mother tongue that is slightly rusty from disuse. Since Hamilton code uses C++ 17, a slightly later dialect that I am used to. Getting used to the coding style is also part of the process of familiarization. Sorry. Like with any complex system, having access to the code is not enough. Time has to be spent in figuring out the logic along with the architecture to make sense of the details. A plan for Hamilton Phase 2 invites participation from all, including the curious and the combative. I'm not that curious, and I'm not that damn combative to try it out. Now, this article was very challenging to write. Technical detail has to be presented in a condensed way without losing too many of the nuisances. The main thrust is what this project means for the story of money in the United States and globally, especially to interested generalists. Sometimes technical material has overwhelmed the telling of the story. However, comments on the presentation, especially in social media, are welcome. So that the text can be altered to make it more accessible to the general public. Now, you want to get my personal opinion? This Project Hamilton shit is scary. Because if the United States is going to issue an executive order to allow regulation of Bitcoin users in this country, then it's no longer a private thing, and it's no longer a thing that we should be hopping on to. For the simple fact that, let's say the regulation has in there, you must have a United States approved, a United States / Federal Reserve approved wallet. Then what are you gonna do? If they mandate, let's get that word out there. If they mandate that you must have a Federal Reserve wallet in order to use Bitcoin here in America, what are y'all gonna do with y'all Bitcoin? What y'all just gonna keep it where it's at? No, although they can't find everybody who has it, but let's be honest. The United States can not the United States, but FBI, CIA, what have you, they can find any damn thing. So that's why I don't get this Bitcoin shit. Like, I don't. It's too volatile, number one. It has ebbs and flows. Like, it's too much. Like, yes, it's just like the stock market, but I don't trust it. I'm sorry, I don't trust it. don't trust it. All right. Damn, I spent too much time on the news, but on to our final story. Our final story. Russia invades Ukraine, people. Happened on, was it Wednesday? Thursday, I believe it happened. No, Wednesday it happened, I believe. And this is what happened. Russia launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Explosions and air raid sirens sounded across the Eastern European country. Traffic backed up. Okay, let's get back to it. Traffic backups stretch for miles as Ukrainian citizens fled the capital city of Kiev. Ukrainian President Vladimir, I don't know his last name, addressed the nation.
Розірвали дипломатичні відносини з Росією. Україна захищається і не віддасть свої свободи, щоб там не думали в Москві. Росія підло, самовбивче напала рано вранці на нашу державу. Так само, як це зробила фашистська Німеччина у роки Другої світової війни.
President Joe Biden released a statement overnight saying that I have personal interest in Ukraine for the simple fact that I own a oil company over there along with my son and some other folks, and we have to protect Ukraine for the simple fact that my money's at stake. I'm sorry, that's not what he said. All right, well, let's just see what he said then. President Putin has chosen a premeditated war that will bring a catastrophic loss of life and human suffering. Russia alone is responsible for the death and destruction this attack will bring. And the United States and its allies and partners will respond in a united and decisive way. The world will hold Russia accountable. This is what we shouldn't do, like I said a few episodes ago. This isn't our fight. Why are we trying to get involved in this shit? We do not want it with Russia. Russia has what they call nuclear weapons. What do nuclear weapons do? Nuclear weapons destroy shit. And how does it destroy shit? Well, with the radiation of said nuclear material inside of the missile, it can basically fuck everything up around within, I believe, what, 100-mile radius or some shit. To the simple fact to where that particular place will be inhabitable. Does anybody know of Chernobyl? Chernobyl is in Ukraine. Chernobyl is uninhabitable for the simple fact that back in 1980 something, I can't remember. I gotta ask the Ukrainian dude I used to work with. What year did his family flee Chernobyl? But anyway, Chernobyl is inhabitable, and if you, I think you can't even enter the country. Like the borders of the country are guarded, to where people aren't able to go in at all. So why do we want this fight, Biden? Like, I don't understand. Like, they could easily just be like, you know what, fuck it, let's just bomb everybody that wants to try try to fight us back on this for the simple fact that we're not playing around. We want the USSR back. And the way that we're going to do that, we're going to start invading individual countries that broke off from us. Now, I'll add a little caveat from China. China's backing this shit. What country in China don't they acknowledge? Taiwan. Is Taiwan at risk as well? Because as you guys don't understand, manufacturing from China has slowed up for us. Why you think we got so, other than the supply shortage and all that, we have things, they're just on barges in the middle of the sea, but as far as things being brought over here from China, it's very little. And I personally don't feel as though we should be getting into any sort of disagreement with China if they're backing fucking Russia, and at this time they don't really have a great relationship with us as well. So why are we getting into this fight, Biden? Do you want the U.S. to then become what Eastern Europe has been for the past, 30 some odd years? What the hell are we doing? Like, really, what are we doing? Like, this is really retarded, and I blame everybody who voted him in. This is retarded, for real. Like, what? Freaking, I said in not older videos, but past videos, that I've been covering this Ukraine shit for practically about a month and a half now. What was said that Biden wanted to do, he wanted to send over, I think I said, what was it, 11,000, 80,000 soldiers. Or was it 8,000? It was somewhere around there. But why? We just got out of a conflict that the exit of it wasn't that great, to where people died. Now, why are we getting ourselves into this fight? Look, Ukraine, I know the program I'm using to stream this, restream, they're backing Ukraine. Okay, I understand that. Look, do what y'all do. Leave my stream alone, but check this out. It's cool to back them, but this fight is their own. This fight is Ukraine's alone. If they don't have a military force, which I believe they didn't, and the president, I believe, said anyone from 18 to 60 has to stand on the front lines and fight this battle. 18 to 60, y'all. That means from 60 all the way up until, let's say, about 50 or so, 48 maybe. Those people that age, from 48 to 60, those are going to be probably the first ones dead, unless they have some sort of vehicle that they can operate. But other than that, those are going to be the first few of those soldiers that's gonna die behind this. Now we're talking invasion. That means anybody can get it, not just who's protecting y'all. That means anybody can get it. Us, if we step in, the Ukrainian civilians, that's anybody. Man, woman, child, which I'm pretty sure they probably won't kill children and women for the simple fact that they need them. Just like any other conquering force, kill all the men, leave the women and children alone. But we got this guy in office. Let's keep going. This was an emergency meeting. Like as soon as it happened, the UN called this emergency meeting. So it says, at the United Nations, Ukrainian ambassador Sergei I don't know how to say his last name. It's a whole bunch of consonants up there with one vowel. Sent a harsh message to Russia. Let's keep going.
There is no purgatory for war criminals. They go straight to hell, Ambassador.
This is all I want to say because he spoke very grandly, like Ukraine would then try something. Do you know what Vladimir Putin? Do you know what Vladimir Putin was doing before he became president of Russia? I believe he's the president of Russia. Y'all correct. This dude was a part of the KGB. The KGB. We talking people who don't fuck around, and I'm pretty sure with Russia being how they are, I'm pretty sure since he's still alive, he didn't fuck up one mission. Vladimir Putin is a trained killer. Not only that, he's still in shape at his age. How old is this man? That's sick. Vladimir Putin Diaz. What does it say? He was born October 7th, 1952, which makes him the grand age of 69 years old. He was born in St. Petersburg, Russia. His real name, Vladimir Rokovich Putin. Yes, he is the president of Russia. Okay, since 2012. Previous office prime minister of Russia, and they don't bring up all the other shit that he was a KGB member. I added that little caveat for y'all just in case y'all didn't know. But man, the hell with the fuck shit. That's all I gotta say. The hell with the fuck shit. All right, let's go. Russia launched a full-scale invasion of Russia on Thursday, unleashing airstrikes on cities and military bases and sending in troops and tanks from three sides in an attack that could rewrite the global post-Cold War security order. Excuse me. Ukraine's government pleaded for help as civilians piled into trains and cars to flee. Military forces battling Russians on multiple fronts suffered dozens of casualties. Russian President Vladimir Putin ignored global condemnation and cascading new sanctions as he unleashes the largest ground war in Europe since World War II, and chillingly referred to his country's nuclear arsenal. He threatened any country trying to interfere with consequences you have never seen. As a once hold on. Now, in that very thing that Biden, in that very speech that he did, the only thing he talked about was sanctions. That's all you heard. He didn't hear that he was sending people over, which I believe he already has. But they have not said openly that we're sending troops over there, which he already has said before. But he's not saying it now because Vladimir Putin is actually like, motherfucker, try me. Come your punk asses over here if y'all want to. I will make sure that however you guys get over here, I will make sure which of whatever you choose will be shot down. That's probably how Vladimir is talking to all these countries right now. Who will be the second country in this that will say the same? China. China's like the little brother right now. Like, yeah, I got his back too. What's up, homie? What's going on? Like, he shouldn't be. Biden should just be like, I tried everything. I just can't. Now, as a once hoped for diplomatic resolution now appeared impossible. Ukrainian forces sought to fend off a Russian barrage of land and sea-based missiles, an attack that one senior U.S. defense official described as the first salvo in a likely multi-phase invasion aimed at seizing key population centers, decapitating Ukraine's government, and installing a new one. Already, Ukraine officials said they had lost control of the decommissioned Chernobyl nuclear power plant since the world's worst nuclear disaster. Now, there's something in here I wanted to talk about before we move on. Kiev. The reason why you guys keep hearing Kiev in the news is because during the SSR, Kiev was the capital city of Russia. I'm trying to think of what movie this reminds me of. I've never seen Game of Thrones, but y'all correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't in Game of Thrones, and I'm only giving you guys the synopsis of the show. Didn't in Game of Thrones, whoever sat on the Iron Throne was the actual ruler of said kingdoms, correct? And in various episodes, which I've never watched, were invasions and stuff like that of said kingdoms to then control the Iron Throne, correct? Y'all correct me if I'm wrong. Now, let's get into conquering. Once a military force conquers a country or what have you, let's take this all the way back with Greece conquering. No, matter of fact, let's take Persia. Persia, which is no longer is no longer a thing anymore, but Persia consisted of basically the Middle East, China, I believe, and I want to say Egypt. which some people say, well, Egypt is the Middle East. No, it's Africa. So that was all of the Middle East, and I would say part of Europe as well, the Persian Empire. Then you have Egypt, which was an empire within itself. Then you have Greece and Rome, which they tandemed, I think, the whole thing. So you gotta remember, all of these, Persia, to be exact, Persia conquered everything around it and brought in whatever countries that they. Matter of fact, if you don't believe me, watch 300. That tells you basically some of the story there of Persia. With Xerxes, kind God king, which Xerxes was actually real, which nobody understands. Xerxes was actually a real person. So I don't know what to say. I really don't. Like, this is getting crazy, man. Let's move on. Russia has embarked on a path of evil, but Ukraine is defending itself and won't give up its freedom. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky tweeted his grasp on power increasingly tenuous, has pleaded Thursday for even more severe sanctions than the one imposed by Western allies, and ordered a full military mobilization that would last 90 days. Zelensky said in a video addressing that 137 heroes, including 10 military officers, had been killed and 316 people wounded. The dead include all border guards on the Zemeni Island in the Odessa region, which was taken over by Russia. U.S. President Joe Biden announced new sanctions against Russia, saying Putin chose this war, and that his country would bear the consequence. Other nations also announced sanctions or said that they would shortly. Fearing a Russian attack on the capital city, thousands of people went deep underground as night fell, jamming Kiev subway station. At times, and it felt almost cheerful. Families ate dinner, children played, adults chatted. People brought sleeping bags or dogs or crossword puzzles. Anything to alleviate the waiting and the long night ahead. But the exhaustion was clear on many faces, and the worries. Nobody believed that this war would start and that they would take Kiev directly, said Anton Marinov, waiting out the night in one of the old Soviet metro stations. I feel mostly fatigued. None of it feels real. The invasion began early Thursday with a series of missile strikes, many on key government and military installations, quickly followed by a third-pronged ground assault. Now, before I continue, I saw those very strikes on social media. I didn't think it was real because it was on social media. So the picture. So when I started the video, it was a mushroom cloud over here, and the moon was out. Mushroom cloud on this side, and then you see a large flash of light, basically meaning they struck down something with a missile. A large flash of light. And I'm like, is this the next Avengers movie coming out? But the caption said, Russia invasion on Ukraine. And I'm like, the fuck? I was like, I thought they was only bluffing. And then I didn't believe it. or whatever. So I had called out of work on Thursday. Well, I took vacation, really. Took vacation Thursday so I could catch up on some of the things around, this, my podcast, writing this out and everything. And some other things I had to take care of. So Thursday I'm driving to the store and a notice pops up on my phone. It's of somebody talking about Russia on YouTube about the whole thing that's happening. So I'll listen to it, and they're like, "Yeah, this is real. People are the Russian military is invading Ukraine, and Kiev kept coming up. So good thing Hotep Jesus, along with Uncle Hotep, they have a podcast that comes on Thursdays. It's called Hotep's Been Told You. So I watched their podcast, and they had a lot of good things to talk about. I believe you guys should watch it as well. Just go to Hotep Jesus' channel, watch the last video that they've done together, the podcast Hotep's Been Told You, and watch it. All right, make a lot of good points as well. I would say this: if Vladimir Putin is serious about bringing in Ukraine, and that means everywhere else around the area also is going to get invaded as well. That's just my sentiments. So let's see. Map of Eastern Europe. How did they know I was going to say that? So I got some pictures. Oh yeah, matter of fact, that works. So let's zoom out a little bit. I say good enough man. So let me get at it. Let me go back. Just go to images. They gave me all of Europe. I'm looking for Eastern Europe. Let me see. Fuck it, let's just do it. Let's get the map of Russia. Okay, here we go. Oh, let me bring this up on the screen. So, zoom in here. What the hell did I just do? Did not mean to do that. All right, so Russia. Where's Ukraine at on this? Or is this an old map? That's Kazakhstan. Oh, this is an old map. Okay, let me back up out of here. Now, you can't see that well, but you guys get the picture. Okay, that's the best I can get. There's this old as well. It is. Come on, they don't have a good picture of Russia and let's see. That's old. Because I want to show y'all like the bordering areas of that borders Russia, that was Russia at a point. Current map. That's not it. Alright, this is good enough right here. Now, Latveria, Estonia, Lithuania, Belarus, and Ukraine all was a part of Russia at a point. Yeah, yes, because Poland was its own separate Czech. The Czech Republic, I think, got away from Austria, I believe. Austria-Hungary was its own country at a point. Well, I think it was all called Austria at the time, but I think Hungary got themselves away from Austria. And you have this place. But anyway, all these places right here, you can't see, but from Estonia, just make like a looping character. All these places right here, all Russia. What, 30 some odd years ago, and then they started to break off, so Ukraine became its own its own country. Then Belarus, Lithuania, Latvia, and then Estonia, like all these places, right? But now with me looking at all this stuff, right? Russia wants all of this shit back, so he's probably going one by one. Ukraine first, because Kiev used to be Russia's capital city, so let's take back Ukraine first. Let's get the capital city back, then let's take everybody else with us. Which, as you can see, Ukraine is the biggest country for them to invade. So let's get the hard part over first, and then everything else it'll just be like clockwork. So I'm not saying that I know. I'm just saying that this is possibly what Vladimir is doing. So it's just sad that he has to do it to these people that want their independence. I forgot where the hell I was. Um, uh, okay. The invasion began early Thursday with a series of missile strikes, many of key government and military installation, quickly followed by a third-pronged ground assault. Ukraine and U.S. officials said Russian forces were attacking from the east toward Kharkiv, Ukraine's second largest city, from the southern region of Crimea, which Russia annexed in 2014, and from Belarus to the north. All right. Zelensky, who had earlier, excuse me, who had earlier cut diplomatic ties with Moscow and declared martial law, appealed to global leaders, saying that if you don't help us now, if you fail to offer a powerful assistance to Ukraine, tomorrow the war will knock on your door. Though Biden said he had no plans to speak with Putin, the Russian leader did. Damn, why am I so loud? Where was that? The Russian leader did have what the Kremlin described as a serious and frank exchange with French President Emmanuel Macron. Besides claims to have destroyed some of the others' aircrafts and military hardware. Though little of that could be confirmed, hours after the invasion began, Russian forces seized control of the now unused Chernobyl plant. And wait a minute, why would they use it if the shit had? I don't know. This shit's getting crazy. Hold on. Russian plant in surrounding exclusion zones. After a fierce battle, presidential advisor Mahilio Podolyak told the Associated Press. The Vienna-based International Atomic Energy Agency said it was told by Ukraine of the takeover, adding that there had been no casualties or destruction at the industrial sites. Now, the 1986 disaster occurred. That's when it happened. 1986. 1986 disaster occurred when a nuclear reactor at the plant 130 kilometers, which is 80 miles, north of Kiev exploded, sending a radioactive cloud across Europe. The damaged reactor was later covered by a protective shell to prevent leaks. Alyana, these fucking Russian names. Alyana, that's all. All right, advisor to the commander of Ukraine ground forces, wrote on Facebook that staff members at the Chernobyl plant had been taken hostage. The White House said it was outraged by reports of the hostage taking. The chief of the NATO alliance, Jens Stoltenberg, said the brutal act of war shattered peace of Europe, joining a chorus of world leaders decreeing an attack that could cause massive casualties and topple Ukraine's democratically elected government. It gets worse. Now, the conflict shook global financial markets. Stocks plunged and oil prices soared among concerns that heating bills and food prices would skyrocket. Let me tell you this. I usually spend before the inflation. I usually spend $250. I'm now spending $320 on groceries. Not and with that, my car is a very good car on gas. What? My car used to take a whole 20 to fill it up, like 20, 25 to 30 maybe, depending on the gas price. Since gas prices is up the wahoo, which is $3.49, I think it is, or $3.59, I believe. It now takes me $30 to $35 to fill up my tank. This is getting crazy. This is getting too crazy. Now, condemnation came not only from the U.S. and Europe, but from South Korea, Australia, and beyond. And many governments ready new sanctions. Even friendly leaders like Hungary Viktor Orban sought to distance themselves from Putin. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson said he aimed to cut off Russia from the UK's financial markets as he announced sanctions. I don't think that really matters. Now, freezing the assets of all large Russian banks and planning to bar Russian companies in the Kremlin from raising money on British markets, which the Kremlin, I believe, is Russian currency. But I hope they know that's an act of war as well. So you're only putting yourself in the middle of this after he said, don't help them. This has nothing to do with you. You start doing all of this foolishness, he now has a kill list. Okay. Europe wants to do what they want to do. Okay, cool. We got them. Hungary wants to distance themselves from me. Okay, cool. They're close enough. South Korea and Australia. Well, we know U.S. has something with South Korea, so we'll probably save them two for last. But Australia, you're in the Pacific Ocean by yourself. It'll take nothing to get over there. They need to stop this. They need to stop this now. Not stopping it as in going over there or taking sanctions and no. They just need to let him do what he does and take back Ukraine. Like he said, it's not our fight. Don't get into it. I believe that's what we should do. Take our noses out of it. Now, will the Ukrainian people, if this happens, will they be upset at the rest of the world? Yes, they will. But we have an excuse. We don't want a nuclear war. All right? Not in any country. Not Canada, not U.S. Who knows if Mexico, Mexico don't make no noise anyway, nor does South America. But particularly what I'm speaking of is the U.S. We don't want that smoke. Leave it alone. Leave Putin to his own devices. All right? Where am I at? Okay. Now we see him for what he is, a bloodstained aggressor who believes in imperial conquest. Johnson said of Putin, the U.S. sanction will target Russian banks, oligarchs, state-controlled companies, and high-tech sectors. Biden said, but they were designed not to disrupt global energy markets. Russian oil and natural gas exports are a vital energy source for Europe. Zelensky urged the U.S. and West to go further and cut the Russians from SWIFT system, a key financial network that connects thousands of banks around the world. The White House has been reluctant to immediately cut Russia from SWIFT. All right, well, we just got ourselves in a war. Worried it could cause enormous economic problems in Europe and elsewhere in the West. While some nervous European speculated about a possible new world war, the U.S. and its NATO partner have shown no indication they would send troops into Ukraine, fearing a large conflict. Now, this is what I have to say about the World War. Like World War III was just trending on Thursday. Now, after World War II, it was shown that large wars like that are very non-beneficial. So what we see now are these little small controlled wars, such as the war on terror, where we at the whole time, the Middle East. This little small area. Now, we also had, and I'm only speaking from a United States perspective. What else did the United States do? Well, we went into, what's that African country's name? Not Ethiopia. No, it's the Horn. I forgot what that country's name is. What is that country's name? Somalia. So, if y'all don't remember the whole Somalia policing incident, that was when basically Somalia was a free world, basically. Not free as in like everyone was free from oppression. No, it was free from police, military, a leader of some sort. It was just free. Like you had 7-year-old boys with AK-47s standing on the block. If you know what I'm saying, like it was a war-torn country, and that's where you get the movie Black Hawk Down from. Black Hawk Down basically was the U.S. coming in to aid the Somalian civilians from the what would they call it? The warlord that was there. But a lot of crazy things happened on that deployment, and if my memory serves me correctly, my cousin was in that policing act. All right, where am I at? Markets, Russian oil, natural gas exports, blah, blah, blah. Okay. NATO reinforced its members in Eastern Europe as a precaution, and Biden said the U.S. was deploying additional forces to Germany to bolster NATO. See that bullshit I'm talking about? European authorities declared the country's airspace an active conflict zone. After weeks of denying plans to invade, Putin launches the operation on a country the size of Texas that has increasingly tilted toward the democratic West and also in away from Moscow's sway. The autocratic leader made clear earlier this way that he sees no reason for Ukraine to exist, raising fears of possible broader conflict in the vast space that the Soviet Union once ruled. Putin denied plans to of Putin denied plans to occupy Ukraine, but his ultimate goal remains hazy. Now, look, when you're playing chess, you're supposed to think at least, was it, 6 moves ahead? Or however many moves ahead you can think forward to, right? So, and as well, if you're playing a card game, who shows what cards that they have? So y'all asked them countless times, "Hey, are you thinking about invading Ukraine?" Nah, I'm cool on that. I ain't gonna do that. Then y'all ask them again, "Are you sure?" Because talks are saying that you're having discussions of invading Ukraine. Well, you see, people tell lies on me a lot, and I don't like that. And I feel as though that people should stop and know. To your question, I'm not thinking about invading Ukraine. And then they asked him again, and he's like, "Look, what more do I have to say to y'all? I'm not gonna do it. All right." And he walks out the room. Whew. I'm glad I didn't tell him that I'm about to invade these motherfuckers. Like, who tells what their ultimate goal is going to be? Like, who tells that information? Like, that's just stupid. Like, case in point, an ex-girlfriend of mine cried, not physically cried, but cried, like outcried. Why haven't I met your family? Why haven't I, why haven't I met your friends and stuff like that? This is what I told her. Would I purposely show you my bank account? She said, no, but what does that mean? It means this. There's certain things that are private to me that you'll never see. Unless I let you know when you're able to see these people. And it makes perfect sense of why he's doing it. He's not going to ultimately give you his plan. He's not even obligated to tell the UN, which I believe Russia is a part of the United Nations. He's not. He doesn't have to tell them what he's gonna do. He's just like, whatever. I'm not even entertaining what the hell they saying right now. Like, he has his own plans, and he's doing them right now. Ukrainians were urged to shelter in place and not to panic until the very last moment. I didn't believe it would happen. I just pushed away these thoughts, said a terrified Anna in Kiev, watching soldiers and police remove shrapnel from an exploded shell. We have lost all faith, with social media amplifying a torrent of military claims and counterclaims. It was difficult to determine exactly what was happening on the ground. Russia and Ukraine made competing competing claims about damage they had inflicted. Russia's defense ministry said it had destroyed scores of Ukrainian air bases, military facilities, and drones. It confirmed the loss of one of its Su-25 attack jets. Now, before I continue, there's a video going around, which I don't know if it's doctored up or not, but it shows one fighter pilot, I don't know where from, taking down like six of Russia's air combat jets. Now I don't know if it's like I said, I don't know if it's a doctored video where it's like CGI or whatever. But if that's true, then the Ukrainians have some sort of a fighting chance. So, they're good. So, where was that? Okay. So, blaming pilot error and said an AN-26 transport plane had crashed because of technical failure, killing the entire crew. It did not say how many were aboard. Now, before I continue, there's another point I didn't get to make just a little while ago. That's the first thing that when you're scaling an invasion, you go after all military bases first. So let's take this back in time. How do you think Persia and Greece and all of them conquered certain places? Well, back then the military was always in the cities. Like, they would do combat training and stuff like that. All they was using was swords and bow and arrows. But you gotta take out certain military areas first to have a successful invasion. And that's what he's doing. He's showing all conquering power of I'm doing this shit. Like, either if y'all like this shit or not, I'm doing this. Like I took out all the key areas first. Now we're coming in here. Now, Russia said it was not targeting cities, but journalists saw destruction in many civilian areas. Ukraine's health minister said 57 Ukrainians were killed in the invasion and 169 more were wounded. It was not clear how many were civilians, although earlier in the day it had said 40 soldiers had died. Poland's military increased its readiness level in Lithuania and Moldova moved toward doing the same. Putin justified his actions in an overnight televised address, asserting the attack was needed to protect civilians in eastern Ukraine. A false claim the U.S. predicted he would make as a pretext for invasion. He accused the U.S. and its allies of ignoring Russia's demand to prevent Ukraine from joining NATO, and for security guarantees, saying the military action was a forced measure. Anticipating international condemnation and countermeasures, Putin issued a stark warning to other countries not to meddle. In a reminder of Russia's nuclear power, he warned that no one should have any doubts that a direct attack on our country will lead to a destructive and horrible consequence for any potential aggressors. Inside Russia, authorities moved swiftly to crack down on any critical voices. OVD Info, a group that tracked political arrests, reported 1,620 people in 52 Russian cities have been detained for protesting the invasion, more than half of them in Moscow. Now, what do you think why he started invading, other than him warning Ukraine not to join NATO, which now I know Russia's not a part of NATO now, unless they are, and they just don't want them to have any sort of like worldwide political power. But this is what I believe. Well, no, I'll explain it this way. It's kind of like being that dude who likes a girl and you're hanging out with her, and then you hear that she's about to get into a relationship with some other guy, and then you get jealous at it, and then you start fucking shit up around her to let her know, look, don't do that. That's kind of what this looks like. It looks like a relationship going bad, which I believe it has. So, yeah. But yeah, that's today's news, y'all. That's all the top news. It took me damn near 3 hours to talk about it. But we all know my show goes 3 hours and 30 minutes, so I have 30 minutes to talk about my topic today. Or 34 minutes to talk about my topic. But I feel like this worldly stuff is sort of more important than what I have to talk to you guys about today, which is Black History Month. Now, some of you black folks may be saying, well, what's more important than Black History Month? The shit that's going on around us right now that affects our daily lives. Now, some people say Black History 365, like myself, so we shouldn't be worried about 1 month and learning about who we are all in 1 month, which is ridiculous to even think about. Not, going at the creator, Carter G. Woodson, but I am saying this. Black History 365, people. Like, come on now. Like, we have all year to learn about ourselves. I have various books of things and accomplishments that we've made in this country. So, y'all be ready to learn at all times. I'm not going to be the conduit of which gives you guys your information, because that would just be plain old stupid. For the simple fact that, why are you only relying on one source to give you all of your information about yourselves? Do your own research. Now, what I was going to do today, I was going to take the desk off in front of me, and I was going to have all my Black History books stacked on both sides. But I was like, nah, that'd be corny. For the simple fact that most of them books I haven't even read. Which, that's what you guys should get in the habit of doing yourselves. Now, I would say half of my library, no, really only a quarter of my library has been unread. I only have a certain few books that I have yet to read. And the reason why I say that is, you guys should be, when you guys go to like a Barnes and Nobles or whatever bookstore y'all go to, or let's say you have a local black owned bookstore. You should go there just to spend your money just as well as you wanting to get a book. But just go there sometimes when you're not even doing shit. If you have money, be like, fuck it, I'll buy something. That's what most of them purchases of books were. It's just, I was there, and it's like, well, I might as well just go ahead and buy a couple books while I'm here. And just get to them whenever I can get to them. So, this is what I want to do. I want to play you guys a quick video, and then we'll get into today's topic.
February is designated as Black History Month. The month represents an important yet symbolic acknowledgement of the journey and evolution of the African American experience in this country. It is probably the most intentional and visible educational tool and reminder that is universally presented in providing holistic snippets of the many contributions and struggles, accomplishments that African Americans have made in this country. On a more personal note, given the social issues that we have been witnessing over the last few years, I use it as a self reflective moment to be re energized on the critical work that remains and how I can continue to play my small role in providing post secondary educational access to our historically underrepresented, economic disadvantaged, and marginalized populations. It is up to all of us to share the struggles and achievements of prominent and successful African American leaders that have come before us that laid the groundwork for a better and more optimistic future. What is your celebration for the month of February?
I feel like Black History Month should be in August for the simple fact that, well, we should move it to August for the simple fact that call ourselves African Americans, then we know part of us is African and part of us is American. Which one have, we were in tropical climates for however many thousands of years before we landed here. So now, this is what I want to bring up first before I start. I saw this post that my cousin Lamont had put up on Facebook a few weeks ago. And as you can see, it's a meme. It says companies this month is of a looks like a white dude, sort of, maybe black guy wanting to be white, saying, I'm something of a nigga myself, right? So my comment to that was, do y'all think that this year's Black History Month has been a little Caucasian? Now, although I was joking, also was serious at the same time. For the simple fact that this month doesn't really, it's not exciting to people anymore, which is sad. Because, like I said, you should, Black History 365, but at the same time, it's like, you guys don't give a fuck no more. You don't. You really don't. Let's get rid of some of these older pictures anyway. Yeah, you guys really don't care about Black History Month anymore, and it's getting a little dumb. And it's getting dumb for the simple fact that you don't give a damn about who you are as a person. Now, some people may say, "Well, I'm not African. I'm American," and it's like, okay, drink the tea, drink the Kool-Aid, but at the same time, you should want to know about yourself and who you are. Now, black people, not only do we have a difference of who we are in this country, but we also have a distinct role in this country. Not the role of what you guys think of, what we were slaves and blah, blah. No. You don't know how many contributions that black people before you, your ancestors, have made to this very country. Most of the things still we use today, such as the stoplight, the fuel injected motor in your car, as well as the internet, was discovered by a black dude from Africa. But as well, damn near every damn thing that you use, basically. Clock, Benjamin Banneker. Like I said, the stoplight. Curling irons and hot combs. Like, come on now, a black invention. Now, like I said, although when I was talking, saying what I said when I made the comment, although I was being facetious, I was being real as well. For the simple fact that I really feel as though this year's Black History Month didn't have that same oomph to it. Like, black people got bent out of shape because a white dude said nigger and they got upset. I'm upset now because he said this and we should cancel him and blah 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 blah. It's like, man, if you don't sit your country ass down, like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? Like, Black History Month really doesn't have that oomph anymore. Like, it was weird this year. Like, I don't understand why it was so weird that this year seemed a little bland than other years. Like, it's like somebody brought the green bean casserole to the party, and I don't like it. Now, I could blame the powers that be on this, but I can't. The only people that I can blame is y'all black folks. I'm gonna blame us. Yes, I'm gonna blame us. Alright? We are the problem for Black history for being such a joke because we forget that it used to be just a week at first. It was just Negro History Week when Carter G. Woodson brought it about, where he's been. I'm pushing ahead in what because I'm freestyling this as well as looking at what I wrote down. So Carter G. Woodson was not only a African American historian, author, and journalist. So he basically, he has an educational background to where he amalgamated all of these facts up of black people of that time, and it has been perpetuated throughout, since he brought it up. So then we get Black History Month. I don't know when we did, but well, let's look it up. When did Black History Month become a thing? Let's see. Wow, it hurt me. 1976. President Ford officially recognized Black History Month during the country's 1976 bicentennial. Ford called upon Americans to seize the opportunity to honor the too often neglected accomplishments of Black Americans in every area of endeavor throughout our history. Wow. So let's see, 87, 97, no, 86, 96, 2006, 2016. So 46 years? Am I right? 46 years? 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 46 years. Black History Month isn't even 50 years old yet. And we just forgot about it like a family member we don't talk to anymore. Like, we just don't give a damn. Like, that's crazy. Now, Black History Month is so much of a joke, right? To everybody. Not me. I love Black History Month, but Black History 365. You guys will watch on television or in a movie theater a movie or a rerun of a movie about slave shit, the civil rights shit that's been basically exaggerated in some sort or what have you, and we'll take that as truth. And you guys aren't tired of this yet? You're not tired of seeing a slave movie damn near every year? Like, they got so bold on BET. They had a show called The Book of Negroes. Now, from what I've heard, the show was a good show, but my personal opinion, why the fuck do we have a show called The Book of Negroes? Like, come on now. Like, we don't need that shit. Grab a book. Quit fucking watching television when they talk about us. Grab a damn book and see. Matter of fact, I give you the very book that started me on my endeavor. Where is it at? One second. There it is. This very book right here. It's a little dusty because I haven't read it in a while. Can you guys see that at all? Fuck it. Let me show y'all my green screen real fast. Let's see if it's showing up. Alright? If you can't read it, says What They Never Told You in History Class, Volume 1. Now, if there's a Volume 2, I haven't been able to find it since I bought this book. But basically, it speaks on the creation of religion, creation of Western civilization, creators of the human race. Yeah, all that good stuff. Creators of mathematics, creators of philosophy, creators of science, all that good stuff. Now, I'll read you guys the back portion of this. Reference of history, the collection of data in this fascinating book should be required reading for all history classes. As well, this is a book that should be read by every person of African descent. So, the new 2-volume edition of What They Never Told You in History Class is the first major revision in over 15 years. It contains a wealth of new information that has never been included in any previous edition. It has now been divided into 2 volumes. Also, it surveys the great works of Joel A. Roger, John Jackson, Yusuf. I'm saying all this shit crazy. Yusuf, they say Ben Yakinen, but it's really hell. We'll just go with Ben Yakinen. Sheikh Anta Diop, Gerald Massey, Count Volney, Jeffrey Higgins, Martin uh, Bernal, George G. M. James, Stolen Legacy, and the contribution writers of Journal of African Civilization, headed by Ivan van Sertima, with a special mention to the outstanding scholarship done by Professor John Henrik Clark. May all of them rest in peace. All right. Which I don't believe Shang is Shang Diop. I think so. Anyway, the incredible facts unearthed by this illustrative group of men and the ancestors have put all of us into their debt. In the millennium, the most important issue will still be the race question. Not surprisingly, technology will provide white supremacy, I don't believe in that word, with greater weapons of destruction to the mind of non-white population throughout the world. The basic implication for blacks is that we do not have a history of any real significance to the rest of the world. We are in effect of non-essential factor in the forward advance of civilization. Thus, in a time of crisis or surplus, black people are likely to be an expendable commodity based on our lack of contributions to mankind. But this perception has many bases in truth. What they never told you in history class helps to reestablish Africans' rightful place in history, though despised and rejected. We are a living history of creators, orientators, and innovators. Our out of Africa came humanity and civilization. I believe I have that book. A fact that changes the reality of white supremacists. For theirs is a different worldview of history. Now, I will tell you guys. That was the back synopsis of this. I will tell you guys. This book. This was my first book I've ever bought as an adult. I would say. I used to buy books all the time when I was younger. But this is the very book. This was the first book I've ever bought in my adult life, other than my Quran. These are the first two books I ever bought in my life, well, in my adult life. Now, this book led me to buying other books, and I will show y'all why. Because in certain pages, I have books. This is a book right here. I have this in here for a reason. Because once I read this article, well, not article, but this one of these pages, I was like, I wonder if there's a book on that. Which I found this book, which is really like a pamphlet or so. But this page of what this book sits on is the first president of the United States was a black man, a Moor, which his name is, what's his name? John Hanson. Now, this book is called The Five Negro Presidents. Because I want to know, well, were there other black presidents before Obama? Yes, there was. And let me see if this has a glossary. Not a glossary, but okay, so who they bring up is Thomas Jefferson, and they say Andrew Jackson, I don't know why. Abraham Lincoln, Vice President Hamlin, Warren G. Harding, and they bring up John Hanson as well. And Alexander Hamilton. So you guys can still find this book. I think it's no more than maybe like $6. Well, with inflation, it's probably $9 now. And then the next page, they talk about slavery. And one of the things that he talked about is how to make a great slave. So then I was like, well, where can I find a book about how to make a good slave? The Willie Lynch letter and the making of a slave. Shit keeps getting better and better. Now, these are the only books I have in this book, but this book, what I was gonna do in my early 20s, I was gonna separate the book from the spine, right? This was gonna be in like a 6-inch ring binder, right? I was gonna put the front and back on the front and back of the binder. I was gonna have the side part as the side, and then I was gonna hole punch every single page in this book, and just start my endeavor there, and just start with stuff that I didn't know in Black history, history and all. So this has, like I said, various things from other Black scholars. Like I took my personal black black existence, or African American existence, or African existence, whatever you want to call it. I took my very existence very, very personal, for the simple fact that I was like, I know I'm not like everybody else. Not just me, but people who have the same skin color as me. I know we're not all the same. Why is it that most of these, certain things get put out there, such as like, it was a NFL commentator back in, like, I think back in the 80s. He said some bullshit. Well, really wasn't really bullshit. He was really telling the truth. But he was like, yeah, that black guy, I forgot what player it was, but he was like, yeah, that black guy got the big high thighs and goes all the way into his back and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, what the fuck is he saying? But in a way, he was telling the truth. So I was like, well, really can't get mad at him, like Joe Rogan. So, we basically sit here and we just gloss over that we even was a force in this country. We just look over the shit like no one cares at all. So, remember when I talked about, the exaggerated slave and civil rights movies, which civil rights movies civil rights movies are very prevalent. So yeah, freaking y'all just wait until y'all start getting Black Lives Matter movies. Then that's when shit gets exaggerated. Most of y'all was out there on the front lines protesting. What happens then? What happens then? Do y'all then say to said movie creators and studios, that didn't happen? Look, they don't give a fuck what happened. Alright? Just like they don't give a fuck what happened in these slave and civil rights movies. Most of that shit is exaggerated. Just case in point, the Harriet Tubman movie. There was no such dude as the slave. What's his name? He had a stupid name. Let's see. Let me look up this IMDb. I don't know if it was called Harriet or Tubman. I'm not sure. Harriet Tubman movie. I didn't watch that bullshit. To IMDb so I can get the list of actors. There it goes, IMDb. So the actors were Big or Long. There was no such person as Big or Long. That was an exaggerated person. Or a person that never existed that they exaggerated the story for. Now, I will say Cynthia Irvina, who played Harriet, she a fine ass black woman, I'll tell you that. Now, probably half of this cast probably wasn't even of the people that were in this movie. Probably half of these characters probably never existed. But you guys take it as truth because do they give who wrote this shit? Gregory Allen Howard and so let's see who Gregory Allen Howard is. If they have a picture of him, and they don't, which means it's probably a white dude, maybe. Who was the other? Cassie Lemons, black woman. Okay, so they probably was both black, maybe. I'm not sure. Now, let me see for sure to see if he has a description of who he is before I start making comments. No. The Magician, Rise, Night Witches, Harriet, The Plug, Ali, Remember the Titans. Okay, possibility that he could be black. But anyway, let's keep going. So, okay, went over to Carter G. Woodson stuff already. Now, some people feel as though that this month isn't important, which we have 2 more days left in it. And I urge whoever thinks that it isn't important, you don't have to really give a fuck about this. I don't really care. But the people who do give a damn, I suggest you guys invest in getting books about Black history. Not Black History Month, but Black history in all. Get a book on Carter G. Woodson. Get a book on Marcus Garvey. Get a book, which I have 2 books on Marcus Garvey. Get a book on Malcolm X. Get Malcolm X's biography or autobiography. Really, well, it really is a biography because I don't think he didn't write it. Alex Haley did, which they said there's like a chapter or 2 that's missing out of that book. Who else? Get a book on Martin Luther King. Get a book on, get a book on any black figure that had some sort of prominence of change in this country. Not Barack Obama. Don't get his book because there was no change with him. Get a book on some sort of black leader that we handpicked, not ones that they gave us, such as Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson. No. Look, your kids needs to know, your black children need to know, and even if they're of mixed descent, of black and whatever the hell else that there are, They have to learn about the other side of them because usually, sometimes, not saying all the time, but usually sometimes a black mixed child is usually left with the white mother, and they usually just learn what side that they're most likely around, which is their white side. But if you're a white woman with, and even if you're a white man with a half black child, make sure you educate them not only in American culture but African American culture, and let them know who they are. For the simple fact that when you don't know your history, you're bound to repeat history. For the simple fact that even the bullshit that I learned in school on Black History Month, they will always shell out Black History Month in history class with some bullshit. All we would learn is slavery and the civil rights movement. That's it. They didn't bring up how black people created rock and roll, gospel, rhythm and blues, pop music, freaking hip hop music. Mostly every freaking musical genre that you listen to was created by someone black. I'm sorry. It's just the truth. Other than that, you'll have freaking violin music as some, if you don't believe that. Now, they need to know this stuff for the simple fact that Black history is out of schools now. Black history got taken out of schools when my nephews were in elementary school. That wasn't too long ago. Like, I remember the day that my nephew came home from school. When I asked him, hey, are y'all learning anything about Black History Month? He said no. He said they don't do that anymore. I said, what? Because I remember, and I believe he was in, if he wasn't in third grade, he was in the second grade. Because I remember the year before he did something, and then the year after he didn't have anything he was learning about Black History Month. And I'm like, the fuck? I said, how they gonna take that out of school? So first thing I did, I went to a person that lives in my neighborhood who actually worked for the school board in my area. I talked to him. I said, now I understand that this is like a federal thing, like everything got taken off the books, but is there a way that our county can leave it in to where it might spark other Maryland counties, if not the state, and if not other states, to implement Black History Month back into the curriculum, but the right way though. Like, have them learn more than just slavery and shit like that. Let them know the beginning of us as well as us now. Like, not just the slavery shit and civil rights, because if you take that, you only get slavery, we were freed, and then we fought for something. They don't talk about Reconstruction. They don't talk about the 70s and how, the 60s and the 70s was a big blow up for black people. Like, they don't talk about, they don't even talk about when we were in Egypt. You have to learn that on your own. Like, that's fucking ridiculous. Now, with the foolishness that I learned in school, at least it was a little something. It was a little tidbit of to get me curious. So, when I started getting even more curious after I graduated high school, which took me a couple years, I would say maybe when I was 20, 21, and I remember this time very vividly in my life because this was the time when I turned 21, 6 months in. I'm having a conversation with my cousin, if I haven't already told the story before. There was a girl at our job that he was a friend with. And I was joking around one day talking about, yeah, if I had a Muslim name, my Muslim name would be whatever. I came up with some crazy name. And the girl looked at me and said, well, you do know your cousin is Muslim, right? I said, who? Because I had various cousins that worked with me at this job that I worked at. So she said my cousin's name. And I was like, for real? She said, yeah. I said, well, all right, I'm going to talk to him then. So me and him hung that weekend. We were hanging out while we was driving to Oxford, Pennsylvania to get some cheesesteaks, which y'all probably asking me, why the hell you going wait to another town? Well, these cheesesteaks are like this fucking big. I mean, like the length of them. They're this big. And we were talking, and I just out of nowhere I was like, I heard that you're Muslim. He said, yeah. You didn't know that? I said, no, I didn't. He said, yeah. He said, I've probably been Muslim for like 10 years now. I was like, oh, for real? He said, yeah. He was like, I said, well, what made you like convert? He was like, curiosity. I said, okay. I said, well, I'm curious myself. What can you teach me about the Islam religion? He was like, well, he said, one thing, don't believe what you hear on TV about it. He said, that's number one. Number two, he said, do some research on it. It's a beautiful religion. He said, you should. He said, are you thinking about converting over? I said, I'm curious of the religion. So I don't know if I'll, convert over or anything. I just want to learn about it. So 6 months down the line, well, not really 6 months down the line, like from, what was that? June or July we was hanging out. So 2 to 3 months later, I was saying I was converted. I didn't actually do an actual conversion, which when you take your shahada, hold one finger in the air and you say what you have to say to convert over. I didn't do that till I was 25. So it took me 4 years to convert. But I still say I've been a Muslim since I've been 22 years old. So I'm 33 now. I've been a Muslim for 11 years now. But that's what sparked my curiosity, because when I converted, I wanted to be a part of the Nation of Islam, which from what I understood, there was no fucking around with the Nation of Islam because of how much knowledge that they had. One of my heroes while growing up was Malcolm X, which no one probably knew that, but one of my heroes was Malcolm X. Malcolm X to me is probably the quintessential leader that we and I'll take this from Batman. What's that Batman? From The Dark Knight. Malcolm X wasn't a leader that we wanted, but it was the leader that we needed. Now, so what I started doing, I started to learn about the African American plight here in this country as well as abroad. And I had to go to the library and spent various, countless, amounts of money on books and stuff like that, and videos and speeches and stuff like that. And I learned about Black history, and and how they want to take it, how they want to take it away from us. Like, but I feel as though even other ethnic groups such as white, Hispanic, Latinx, Asians, etc., we should learn this year round, and I feel as though kids should learn about this year round about these various figures in America and stuff like that who has brought some sort of culture or something or whatever. Now you have school boards across the nation trying to take which is true history away from children, which they call it CRT, which is critical race theory. Various parents got upset because critical race theory was going to be infused into their history curriculum. Parents didn't like that. They said, take this shit out or we're pulling our kids out. And various school boards have basically done away with CRT. Now, I told you guys in a video, and I'm blanking on which one it was. I can't even remember. I might have to look it up. But I told you guys in a video how, in this country, history is not the way history is taught isn't mandated federally. Each state gets to pick and choose what they want to teach children. Now, if that isn't fucked up, then this is. Some states, when Black History was implemented in the system, the school system, most states never spoke about Black History Month, let alone certain Black predominant figures in it. So you gotta ask yourself, why not? Because even when Black History Month became a month, they didn't want Black History Month, the powers that be, or the people didn't want Black History Month even to be spoken about. Now, I'm trying to see what video that is so I can refer you to it, because I give you all of the information about that. Let's see. I believe it is. Let's see. Okay, it is. This video that I did, it says it's the abbreviated. It's Texas abbreviated Pass Abortion and History Bill, and then it says it's either government if not governor, but it's abbreviated. Censor social media users and weed bill. That's what the show. That's what that show was called. So look for that. The very first portion of that video, I speak on the abortion bill as well as the history bill. But the history bill is more. The history part of the bill is more important than the abortion bill, which the abortion bill is very fucked up. But the abortion bill is very. The history bill is where I get into where history isn't really mandated federally. It's mandated more statewide, and they have their picks of, like, school boards have their picks of what they want to put in their lesson plans. So check that video up. Let me bring it up on screen. Let me see if you guys will be able to see it. Let's see if I can bring this. Bring it up. So it's this video right here. This one that's highlighted. That's the video you wanna get to. So it says Texas passed abortion history bill. That's what you want to look up. So you guys have homework to do. You have 3 videos to watch until next week. So, yeah, fuck it, I'll let this go for 4 hours. So, other groups should learn about our culture, as well as put CRT in the curriculum, because all CRT is this. CRT is basically history from this country actually being told truthfully. So not only will you have learning about black people, you'll be learning about white people, Asian people, Italians, anybody in this, every and anybody who had something to do with the cultivation of this country. That's what they'll be talking about. But although it does focus on race, but isn't everyone else focused on race? But then you don't want your kids to be subjected to feeling bad? Like, what are you talking about? It's not meant for people to feel bad. It's meant for them to learn what contributed to the African American plight, as well to the black man, woman, and child. Native Americans have something to do with that as well. They were slave catchers as well. They were just trying to earn their keep in the country that was stolen from them. That's all that they was trying to do. Now, it just ventures into a deeper look in race relations. That's all in this country. The challenge is the old way of teaching history into a new way of how to teach history. That's all. School ultimately was here to challenge the child's brain to help them develop. That's what it was here. That's what school was here for, right? School doesn't really challenge a child's mind anymore. I didn't really feel challenged in school. I didn't. Like, I say this all the time. If I had been challenged, I probably would have did better in school. I got all of the grades. I got A's, B's, C's, D's, and F's. I got them all. For the simple fact that it wasn't that I was lazy. I just didn't feel as though I was being challenged in school. So I said, "Fuck this bullshit, man." It wasn't up until my 12th grade year where I only needed 2 credits, a science credit. Was it science credit? Yeah, no, hold on. No, it was an English. Yeah, it was an English credit and a science credit. That's all I needed. Because I didn't have science my 11th grade year, which would have ended that, which I would only needed 1 credit to then graduate high school. But how that happened, I have no idea. But anyway, I got both credits my first semester of high school in 12th grade. My counselor for my grades sat me down and told me, "Hey, Marcus, you did great last semester. Let's keep the work up. Let's keep it going. Here's one thing I have to really tell you now. All you need is attendance now. All you have to really do is show up to school, and by the time June gets here, you'll be able to graduate." That's probably the worst advice she could have gave me, because that's when I started slacking off my second semester. I just started not doing shit. Like, and I would tell my teachers, "Look, the only reason why I'm here is because of attendance, so I can graduate. It doesn't really matter what grades I get. I just need attendance to graduate." Therefore, no challenge was made from them. They just was like, "Okay, well, cool. Sit there, be quiet, and don't disrupt my class." All right, cool. Sat there and wrote raps all day. So, they should get back to challenging kids again so they can start developing better, because there's certain little things now that captures a child's mind more than being in school learning, such as Xbox, PlayStation, an iPad or tablet, a cell phone, all these little things that basically are disrupting a child's development are now able to have them in school. And I remember when that very thing happened as well. I think it was 2012, if not 13, when I read the paper and it said new policy went through to where students can use their cell phones in school and so on and so forth. I said, "What?" After, when I was in school, if they even saw a cell phone, they would take it, and we couldn't get it either until our parents came and got it, or until the end of the year. Which I don't understand how they can hold somebody's property that they don't pay for, but that's neither here nor there. Let's just say I never got my phone taken. I challenged them to take my phone. So kids are learning about LGBTQ and their issues and their plight of people that really isn't important to a developing child's mind. It really isn't. They have trans story time as an alternative for our kids to be brainwashed and shit like that, and to learn about. And, they're telling them, well, you may think that you're whatever gender you are, but you're really not. You should really think that over. And it's like, what the fuck are they doing to our kids, yo? Like, what the fuck are they really doing to our kids? Like, they took Black History out to then allow the Alphabet Gang to then come in and brainwash children. That's crazy. Now, they're not really something that the kids should be learning about. A case study, yes, but I don't think it's something that they should be learning about at all. Now, this is what I also said. Black history is a marvelous thing to study for the simple fact you get to see how black people can make contributions to America, such as industry, science, medical, agriculture, architecture. The list goes on. You name it, we've done it. Music. Fucking sports. You name it, we've done it. But since Black history is taken out of schools now, they can't learn that unless we do. Which the prime people that should be teaching your black children about Black history is your black ass. My kids are covered whenever I have them. My kids are covered. After they are in school for 7-8 hours, you now got 2 hours with me. You sat in that class for hour and a half, if not 2 hours. You now got 2 hours with me. And you will be writing book reports. You will be learning about any and everything that deals with Black history. This is a class as well. You need to know this shit. You need to know this stuff about yourself, so you can then walk into this society with your head held high. I didn't have that at first when I turned 18, up until I was midway into 21 until now. I didn't know none of this shit until now. Oh, not until now, but until then, when I was 21 and a half years old. That's when I learned everything. You mean having... It's like what I was learning. It was like I was trying to download damn near everything onto a computer, and the computer crashed. Like, I legitimately went into a depression because of all the shit I was learning, and learning it at the age that I was. I had to literally get myself out of that depression. Because I thought to myself, well, it's not all that bad that you now getting to know this shit. It's not all that bad, Marcus. Find something that makes you happy. Stick with that. To get yourself back out here. You're a good dude. I had to talk myself through all of that. You know what I'm saying? Now, the African American human being is a special kind of human being. Although various corporations have bottled up what we provided to this world and just distributed it over the years and to various countries, to where various countries hip hop, various countries sing R&B music. Adele and whoever the other motherfucker is that I thought Adele was. Sam Smith. I thought Sam Smith and Adele was one of the same at one point. They've provided all of the negative shit of us, but none of the positives. But you can just look in a book and show us. Maybe it was a time when the Moors conquered Spain and Europe itself is the reason why they don't really want to tell us our history. Maybe they don't want to tell us that the Moors were already over here before they got here, living with the Native Americans, which some of us were Native Americans. Can you say Cherokee Indians? Why do you think all black people say, yeah, I'm part Cherokee? They're basically saying that they're a whole black person. That's basically all they're saying. I heard that shit all through my life. My mom saying that. Yeah, we got Cherokee in our blood. When I found out what a Cherokee was, I said, oh, okay. We just some more niggas. Samoans is some more niggas. Polynesians, I should say, really. Well, no, Polynesians and Samoans. No, Polynesians are the same thing as Samoans. See, a whole bunch of nigga shit that I got on my brain that sometimes you can't tell niggas apart from niggas, alright? Now, George Washington Carver made various products from the peanut, the sweet potato, and the soybean, as well as trash that he took from the Tuskegee Institute, which he was a professor there. He didn't really want to be a professor. He just wanted to cultivate his work into coming up with different ways of how to help poor farmers grow their crops, amongst other things, right? If you guys all know the George Washington Carver story, you would know that he was castrated as a teenage boy by the white family that adopted him because they didn't want him fucking their daughters and coming out with those brown babies. So George Washington Carver is basically a big pinnacle of our history as well, because you have an African American inventor that cultivated various products that we use today. Just like other black inventors as well. The only reason why you don't know them is because patents were then invented, which white people hold those patents to certain products and inventions that have been brought to us from black people. You'll never know that because they say the best way to hide something from a black person is to put it in a book. What do most black people don't read? Books. But you got your nose in phone screens all the fucking time. You gotta start reading books. Because if they wanted to hide anything from we'll just put it in a book. Like some of y'all don't even know what the Patriot Act was. Some of y'all don't know what the Freedom Act is, which is one and the same. Just certain words will change, but it's the same damn thing. Some of y'all don't understand what the 13th Amendment really means. All slaves are free, or all slaves will be liberated unless convicted of a crime. Which means if they convict a crime, i.e. they become slaves again, state property, which if you commit a crime that's over... If you commit any crime and do jail or prison time, you now are a slave again. As you know, people complain about inmate wages, where sometimes they only make like 60 some odd cent, maybe $1, to make various products that we use. Y'all don't really give a fuck about that. Y'all rather know what's going on Love and Hip Hop every week. Y'all rather know what's going on with Kanye West and Kim Kardashian, which I just had like a brief debate with this girl that I know about it. To share that real fast, she says that Kanye West is so dangerous that his actions makes it seem like he wants to kill Kim Kardashian. I said, bitch, is you serious? Are you serious? I said, look, usually when Kanye does this Kanye shit, he's either about to promote an album, which Don the 2's listening party just happened, or he has some shit going on, which usually it's an album. So since he has Don the 2 coming out, why do you think that we know about all of this shit that that's involved with Kim Kardashian, Kanye West, and Skeet. Sorry, Skeet Davidson. I'm sorry. Like, y'all really don't, like, y'all don't understand Kanye. Oh yeah, y'all should watch that Kanye documentary that's on Netflix. I watched that last night, and I'm here to say I miss the old Kanye, the Kanye that I personally fell in love with music when I was in 10th grade when his first album came out. There was no other album better than that album in 2004 when I was in 10th grade. No other album could match that album. I would put any album in 2004 against Kanye's album, and no album would compete against Kanye's first album. Which my favorite track on there, well, my favorite track on the album is 2 words. It's another one on there called I think it's called Get Up, I believe. Let me check that real fast. I was just listening to the album today. I believe it is called Get Up, though. Let me search the albums. Song is called it's 2 words through the wire. Family Business. It's not Last Call. What the hell is that song called? Never Let Me Down. That's what it's called. Never Let Me Down. I like that. Like the whole album's tight, but Never Let Me Down and 2 Words are my favorite 2 songs off that album. Because Kanye was actually talking about something on those albums. I basically know now we've been racially profiled, pimped up and hosed. No. I've basically know now we've been racially profiled, cuffed up and hosed down, pimped up and hosed down. Nigga, what? That's on 2 words. The one thing I like what he talked about in Never Let Me Down is when he talked about his mom. He said my mom was arrested for the sit-ins, so now I know that I was born to be different. Nigga, what? That old Kanye be spitting. I don't know what he's doing now, but that old Kanye be spitting. I'm almost done. Sorry. Now, I got one question to ask y'all, because we know when Martin Luther King's birthday is. Let me ask y'all one question, because y'all probably don't even know this answer, and do this without looking it up. When's Malcolm X's birthday? Does any of y'all know? Matter of fact, I've said this various times too. I have 2 questions actually. First question: when's Malcolm X's birthday? 2: what's Martin Luther King's real name? Because Martin Luther is not his first and middle name. I'll give y'all a few minutes. I'll be right back. Well, not a few minutes. I'll give y'all a few seconds. Okay, if y'all guessed the first one is May 19th, 1925. For Malcolm X's birthday. Second question. Martin Luther King's real name is Michael King Jr., right after his father. Now, Malcolm X will be 100 years old within 3 years. But no one knows that information. And I wonder why. Because it wasn't taught to you, that's why. So, but the contributions that Malcolm X gave to black people will never be forgotten. Although he was taught by the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, he then cultivated what he learned and turned it into something that everyone could get down to. Although he did tell that white lady at, I believe it was Penn State, when she asked if y'all watched the movie, it's a white woman that comes up to him and says, is there anything that I can do for the no, she didn't say African American. She said the Negro plight in this country. He looked at her and said nothing. If you read his autobiography, it's right in there. And I believe the college is Penn State that he said he spoke at. But he was one of many handpicked leaders that we called on to help us in, with our goings on in this country. Now, some of y'all may not agree with me. I don't give a damn. We also handpicked a leader, which most of you guys don't trust him because of various things that he's done. I kind of don't follow him anymore. Only for the simple fact that he put himself purposely on social media, and I actually was against that. If you guys don't know who I'm talking about, we actually handpicked Dr. Umar Johnson. I don't know if you guys know that. Umar Johnson was somebody who, I guess you can say in the Black Conscious movement or the Black Power movement, whatever the fuck you call us, hoteps, whatever you call people who are in love with black culture, whatever you call us, we actually handpicked Umar out of the various many of who was out there. We handpicked that dude. Now, I will say the reason why I didn't agree with him coming to social media, because I was like, nah, I feel as though he shouldn't be on social media for the simple fact that I don't want him to be the next Malcolm. I don't want him to be the next Martin. What I mean by that is, I don't want him to be that. All right? But there's various memes of him now and countless things that he's done that made him a target of these people. And I'm not saying government or powers that be. I mean us. He's been the victim of us. Because people are quick to judge than to understand first. The reason why I engulfed myself with Dr. Umar Johnson's message is for the simple fact that he gave me a little tidbit of information I didn't know when I was in school. Now, if you guys don't know already, I probably said it various times here, but I have a speech impediment. My speech impediment is stuttering. Okay, it's something that I'm going to live with all my life, and I can't. There's nothing I can do about it other than what I do now. I basically can talk now, not by what I was given in my speech pathology, uh, uh, speech pathology coach or teacher, wherever the hell you would call that person. But I was basically grabbed out of class various times a month, and the speech pathologist would ask me, how you doing? It was basically some bullshit. It was me and a certain few other people who would be with this person, and basically what we would do, because I felt as though by the time I hit ninth grade, I was like, I'm not going to this shit no more. Like, I'm not learning how to talk better. I'm not learning like things that I can do to help my speech. I'd rather just do it myself. And which I did before I even knew who Umar Johnson was. This was 2004 2003 when I did this. When I stopped going, like when they would call my name, I'd be like, I'm not going. Well, Marcus, you gotta go, because no, I'm not going. If y'all want me to go, you have to have a police officer, if he can, pull me out of this class and take me down there. But I'm not going. This was in 2003 when I did this. I didn't know anything about Dr. Umar Johnson until like maybe 2010, if not 2011. That's when people say, well, that's when Umar created his school. No, he did not. He had the idea of his school from 2011 up until 2015. He didn't start putting it into fruition until 2017, I believe. Because a lot of his detractors get the story off. What they say isn't right. Listen to somebody like myself who actually still, in a way, I still back Dr. Umar, but it's like the shit that he does kind of pisses me off. So it's like, well, you were my teacher. Teachers aren't supposed to have their students for a long time. I learned as much as I could from you. I'm out of here. So, I went my own way and found other teachers that I needed to find. But it's upsetting to me that black men and women fight each other in this country, and basically all over the world. I see various videos. They fight each other on bullshit. Why is it that they fight us? That we fight on bullshit? Because it's been implanted in us to do so. I showed you guys the Willie Lynch letter of How to Make a Slave. I showed y'all the book. Suggest y'all get it, because in that book it says, in order to have a successful slave, we must put the young one against the old one against the young one, man against female. Thus, that's why black people never can come together in a collective fashion for a very long time. Let me tell you one thing that I learned from Dr. Umar Johnson. Headless leadership. You know what that is? If you don't know what that is, I'll tell you. Headless leadership is when you have an organization that no one knows who the fuck the leader is. Because if you have a great organization, that means everyone has a say-so, which makes everyone the leader of said organization. So, like civil rights movement, they took Martin Luther King out. Civil rights movement wasn't the same, kind of disbanded a little bit. Such as the the Southern Christian Union, the SEOC. Yeah, it was the SEOC, something like that. I can't remember. When Martin, when Martin got assassinated, the shit just basically disbanded. Therefore, if you have headless leadership, when everyone's the leader, if one said person, spokesperson, whatever you want to call it, the person is assassinated, the movement can go on because it's like, okay, well, we have this shit we know our shit collectively, so we're saddened that John had to die, but we gotta keep this shit rolling. That's what I learned from Dr. Umar Johnson. Now, it breaks my heart to see this go down around the country and around the world, because it's hurting us as a people. It's hurting us. The reason why it's hurting us is if the powers that be planned this out, and they always say powers that be plan stuff out years in advance. They plan this shit out years in advance, then we're actually adhering to what they plan, which you can break the programming, such as the Matrix. When you get pulled out, you can pull yourself out of the Matrix, and you can then do what you must to then have us collectively come together. Now, I'm all for black people coming together, but I also do know everybody can't come, because you're going to have a certain few of them that's going to not want to adhere to certain, that doesn't want to adhere to certain things that have to be done. They're going to want to do whatever the fuck they want to do. And that's when us as black people, that's when we get compromised, because that one person knows a lot about what the fuck we've talked about, and if they get ears of whatever power that be, that is the end of said organization, collectivization, or black empowerment of each other to come together. That's the end of it. It's the end. So, if we want to do this, we have to counter whatever was planned in order to come together. Now, I'd rather see black people on the same page, such as Jewish people, Hispanic and Latinx people, Asian people, etc. If you look at all of these groups, they have a bottom line to them. Black people, we do not. Other than not talking to the cops when something happens, not what was it? Not talking to the cops, aka no snitching, or what else? Really, that's it. No snitching and that's it. No snitching. That's all black people are collectively on. Make sure you don't say nothing to the cops, blah blah blah, this and that. But this is the second thing: to vote Democrat, because a fair amount of black people vote Democrat, and then you get what you get. Now, I want to ask a question with that. Can they now tell us? Can they now tell us not to complain? Because they voted this guy in. Can black said Democrats then tell me I can't complain now because I didn't vote and that's who they picked and blah blah blah? Can they actually say that to me now? Because I believe that they can't, because you picked him and you probably have some disdain for his ass as well. So, this is one thing that never gets brought up though in the black community. You remember back in 2020 when the whole election was happening. There was a rapper that basically said, I'm going to take it upon myself to ask whoever wants to listen about this plan I got. Ice Cube did that and then had black people, well, not all black people because I was with him, had your liberal blacks basically going against him. Your Democratic liberal blacks was basically saying that plan that he got, he went to Trump with it, and blah, 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 blah. But y'all don't understand what Biden and Kamala Harris told him. They told him, wait till after the election, then we'll talk to you. Trump's people said, what you got? And he said, okay, well, this is what I got. This is what I want for black people in this country, and this is what I feel as though is fair. And then then Trump came up with, I think it was called the Silver Plan, I believe, which cherry picked some things from Ice Cube's plan. And then Biden has no plan. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, he did. He wanted to give black people crack pipes. So that was his plan for us. So you guys got it, and it's a video out right now of that. Let me see if I can find that real fast. Let me bring my hold up. Let me see if I can find that real fast. Now, where's the dude that it was this black dude that was describing what was in the pack, the pack. Where's it at? I don't think I'll be able to find it. Okay, he buried it, so this is what I gotta do. It's buried in here somewhere, so I have to find it. Damn. It's nowhere to be found. Yeah. It's buried in here somewhere, or they took it down. So I won't be able to provide you guys with that information. Alright, so fuck it. Alright, so let me close this stream out with some of the last things I got to talk about. And let me say this. The only time black people have each other's back when it's time to knuckle up and fight each other. That's the only time you see black people with other black people ready to fight each other. That's it. That's all I've seen. Other than I can say the Black Lives Matter protests, but what really came of that other than more dead bodies? Let's be honest. Protest one, then a month later, another one is killed. Well, another one who is politicized and gets more airtime is the one that you protest. But there's various other black people who get killed by cops every year, and there's various other black people who are out there that you don't even know their names to. You don't. It's time to unify on an ununified front. I said that wrong. It's time to unify in a unified front. I said an ununified front. For the better of our existence in this country. Why is it that every year around February, Black History Month seems more of a joke to people than it being on a month that's the shortest month of the year? February is the shortest month of the year. Only has 28 days. And Black History Month is more of a joke than the month of February itself. We should be coming together this very month and all around the year with the willingness to learn, the willingness of being happy and having happiness within our black culture, and camaraderie. We should always experience camaraderie year round, but around this month, most importantly, should be when black people should be more unified than any other month. Now, I feel like if we don't take this seriously, we're not going to have a Black History Month to look forward to every year. Because we already got Juneteenth, and Juneteenth was something that not a lot of people knew about. Which some people didn't even know what the hell Juneteenth was. Juneteenth was basically the slaves in Texas learning that 2 years prior, slavery was abolished. But they didn't know that because they wasn't privy to know that information. Not even the slave owners knew. So once, they read the decree and, they saw the signatures that said, law, which was, 13th Amendment. It was like, well, fuck. Alright, get your fucking asses out of here and blah, blah, blah. Which then started the Great Migration, where you started seeing black people going into Chicago, Detroit, LA, all on the West Coast. Which, if you listen to a lot of people that's from the West Coast, they'll say, yeah, my great grandmother is from such and such southern state. My family's from such and such southern state. Thus the Great Migration. A lot of my family's from Virginia. On my dad's side is from Virginia. Most of my mom's mom, my grandmother side of the family, is from Maryland. My dad's side is from Virginia, and I believe my grandfather, my mom's dad, is his family. I want to say my great grandfather, I believe is from North Carolina. I want to say, but I'm not sure. So I have a lot of Southern roots, within me as well. Which, if you should know that without going to a website to learn that information, your family should already know that information because it should be passed down orally. Which in Africa they call that the oral tradition, where you speak the history of your people to the children. So then when they grow up, they know the history because you just don't tell them once. You tell them all the time. So when they grow up, become my age, they can then tell their kids what they learned when they were kids. As well, they should implement Black history into the history of this country in schools, so kids of all ethnicities can know who Black people are as well as themselves. They all come from somewhere. They can't deny that Black History and Black History Month was created not for just Black people, but for all people. Because if people want to shun away what we contributed to this country, then that's letting them tell us that our contributions did not matter in this country, and nor will they ever. Now, I want to leave on this note. Take Black history seriously, alright? Black history is something that you should know off the cuff. And I'll tell you one person that I look at that I get jealous of. Well, a few people really that I get jealous of, but I'm gonna name these two people: the comedian Godfrey and Dr. Umar Johnson. Those are the two people I get jealous at because I can't spit off the top of my head the way that they can spit off the top of their head Black history. Take this shit seriously, man. Because when you start taking it seriously, everybody else takes it seriously. Alright, people. Well, that has been today's show. I had to extend it an extra hour, but we got to our destination. And thank y'all for being here. I really thank y'all for being here. Let me give you all a round of applause in the DJ. And let me end this with my theme music so I can get some promotions out the way, and I'll let you guys go. If you're hearing the sound of my voice, which you should be already hearing the sound of my voice, but I want you to know that every Friday and every Saturday at 6:30 p.m. on Saturdays, but 6:30 p.m., 6:30-ish p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I do my game stream Fridays, and then I do my show here on my main channel as well as my second channel, my Twitch and all that. On Friday when I do my game stream, I want you guys to follow me, and not only that, I want you guys to tell me if you guys like today's episode, because other than all the other stuff that's happening in the world, I want you guys to really focus on this very portion of what I spoke on at the end. And I want you guys to tell me what you feel. But like always, like I said, please join me on both channels. Subscribe, hit the bell icon to do all that good stuff to my channels. Like I said, first channel, my main channel is Marcus Speaks. Second channel, Marcus Speaks Play. Please go and subscribe. The link is in the description below, as well as my Twitch. Link is in the description below when I do my game streams. I'm still trying to figure out how I can do my podcast over there on Twitch as well. Still trying to see how I can do it without certain portions of it being muted. So, anyway, I'm streaming live using restream.com to stream to just like YouTube. Alright? I like Restream. Some people use Streamlabs, some people use StreamYard, some people like, I forgot what it's called, Vid Elements or something like that. I like Restream. Restream's better. The only thing I would say StreamYard has over Restream is that they have the scrolling tick at the bottom, and I believe with Stream Elements, that's what it's called. I believe Stream Elements gives you like more of an immersive thing. So Restream, please do what y'all gotta do to get that stuff over here. People, if you have a recommendation for my podcast or my game stream, please let me know. For my podcast, if you have a story recommendation or a show recommendation, such as like a segment I can do on the show, let me know. All right, let me know. Excuse me. As well, let me know in the live chat. Let me know in the comment section if you're watching the replay, or you can hit me up in my DMs. The way you can do that is you can follow me on Instagram at marcus.speaks.podcast or Facebook at Marcus Speaks, which also have a group page over there. Where you can find that the group page is Marcus Speaks Podcast, where you can find it in the Facebook search bar. Just type in Marcus Speaks Podcast, or type in your address bar, www.facebook.com/Marcus Speaks PC. The M in Marcus is capitalized, the S is capitalized, and the PC is capitalized. Alright? And I'm also on Twitter at Marcus Speaks 25. My username, Marcus Speaks Podcast. You can check all of those links in the description below. Alright? Don't be shy. Check them out. Follow me. Subscribe. Do what you gotta do. Alright? As well, you can like this video, share this video, and please hit subscribe if you're new, and hit the bell icon to all, alright, so you get all my notifications immediately. And hit that goddamn comment section, let me know what you think about this. I'm sick of this shit, man. Let me know. It's one thing I wanted to get out the way before we ended, because I didn't get to do it during the show, but I wanted to do this special little thing for you guys. It was something that I stumbled upon from it was a person that let me know my recommendation, wanted me to that actually gave a damn and gave me some recommendations. So here are the recommendations of which, well, this is a recommendation other than the Godfrey story I gave you guys earlier. This is a recommendation of which he gave me to share with you guys. So let me, and after that we'll be out. How am I going to share this? It's this one, I believe. Yes. Nope. Hold up. Come on, this is leaving me here longer than what I wanted to. Try that. No, let me try this. And then try that. Let's see if that works. I'm still here. Hell, I'll just share the screen. How about that? Let me share the screen real fast. Hope you hear it. You guys ain't hearing none of that, so I gotta restructure this again. Well, I really messed this up. Anyway, I'm out of here. All right. Let me stop this. Yeah, I messed it up, but it's cool. But I'm out of here, y'all. I thank y'all for watching. Check me out next week on my game stream, and I will be here. So peace out.